What is good? What is good? What is good? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Oof. What is good, guys? What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just getting things a little set up a little bit for you guys. They have removed the regular, what do you call it? Background thingy, the regular one. So that's gone, which has been fast, which has been strange. I mean, I go away for, I'm busy for what? It's been 3 days, 4 days, to be honest. And, you know what I mean? TikTok, right? Anyway, so we got that going on, guys. Let's get some background. Because you guys have clearly let me know you enjoy it. Thank you guys so much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I have been putting in work in the background for you guys. The podcast that's dedicated to the women, along with the newsletter to accompany it, it's coming together. We got the. Sorry, I just want to finish. There we go. All right, we got our background music. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Let me know. All right, so updates. Quick updates before we address the topic. So the podcast for the women specifically, called The Delivery, we've got it approved on Anchor. So the episodes are going up this week, which I'm very, very excited about. Very, very excited to share with you guys, more of this information, but in a much more concise manner, as well as having some story time with you guys, right? So I'm looking forward to releasing that later this week. The YouTube channel, that's been organized as well. The time in which we spent here, the clips, this is a lot of audio, guys. We got hours. We have hours of content, so it's taking a bit longer, but I do have the clips. They're being cut, so they're getting thrown up as well. There is a little glitch on my end around the YouTube channel. I think I have the wrong one in the link. So that's something to fix. But anyways, so these things are coming together, guys. So we got the newsletter, got confirmed with ConvertKit this morning, right? So I'm able to push letters. So that again is strictly for the women, right? The newsletter is going to be a bit more. It's going to be more on the encouraging side when it comes to relationships, right? So encouragement from a man, and then the audio podcast, that's going to be specific towards answering your guys' questions, going through different scenarios, and just passing on the similar information that we have here, but again in a much more concise manner, right? So each episode should probably be about maybe 10, 15 minutes. We'll be able to do it more frequently, right? So rather than it being one episode a week, we'll have maybe like 2 or 3, and that'll be good. And then once that's in line, the men, I got stuff for you as well, and that'll be in place. A lot of stuff happening, a lot of stuff. So thank you guys so much for having patience with me. I didn't realize just how much work it's going to require, right? Did not know. So welcome everybody. Now for the topic. Thank you guys so much for the check-in. And I'm really going to need you guys' support on this. Big time, big time. Huge. Getting into content creation and I guess, I don't know if it would be coach. I don't know what you guys would call it. If it's coaching or consulting, I have no idea. But there's been an influx of, one-on-ones happening and DMs and all this stuff. So I'm very, very grateful for you guys trusting me and for the patience as well, because I haven't been able to get through to everybody at once. So it's good. These are good problems to have. All right, let me check in with the comments. But greetings, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Okay, yes, and forgive me on that, guys. The influx of messages I have received, I had no expectation of. So it's been intimidating. Blessing. Cyrus, you were right on telling us to go out more. I met a guy. Well, that's amazing. Very, very happy to hear that. And Assalamu alaikum. Peace and blessings, everybody coming in. No, I did not disappear. No, no, no. They want love but don't want to sacrifice. Well said, Olive. Very well said. Very, very well said. That is amazing. I'm very, very happy that you got to meet someone. Very, very, very happy. Make sure to have that guy vetted early by another man just for his character. Don't forget to, one of the questions you want to explore is get an ask about his direction in life and his plan, where he wants to go, where he sees himself next 5, 10 years, and see if that's something you can fit into. All right. So make sure not to get too attached real quick. Enjoy the process, but don't get attached too quick. Right. Get practical about it. Let him know what you're looking for up front. The grocery store, but that's awesome though. I like that. I like to hear that. I personally dislike clubs. Every time I go, women ask to spend money on them or spend a lot. Well, that's why you're supposed to have, that's why you have men, right? When you go to these club settings, you're meant to basically extract from the men there. That's it. Right? And I get it. Why go through all of the work and labor to get for yourself when you can just get it from a man and it's easier? And Fletch, I'm sorry that you got stood up for a date. Take that as potential time saved, right? Hopefully the gentleman, you know, didn't have to go through some sort of emergency, that he's actually okay and he's just a irresponsible person, but he's still okay and safe and his family's all right. You don't want to wish bad on people. Yes, I've missed you guys. Severely missed you guys. Bizarre long story. Interesting. Mariam, what's good? What's good? Facebook offers dating now. Interesting. I haven't used Facebook in a very long time. But it can get bizarre. I wouldn't be surprised. I've never received gifts or money from men in my life. Only my mother. Good, 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 good. I replied to your personal messages, but I was denied. Wait, did it 243? You don't have a name. User 24. Did TikTok deny your message? If so, you can send it to me over Instagram, or we have an email for you guys. So guys, we also have a dedicated email. Yes, things have been happening in the background. Lots of things. So for those of you who have further questions or want more insights into your relationships or just about men, we have a dedicated email now. Dedicated email. Let me actually put that down in the comments. We'll drop that here. And yes, we will dig into the topic. We will. I'm enjoying our check-in. I'm glad to hear the progress from you guys, that there's been some, relationships blossoming, some potential relationships blossoming, but also some that I may have been missed, but they're still learning in that, right? Guys, this is a dedicated email just for our, for the women, around men, anything you guys want to send me, testimonials, feedback on the lives, questions, concerns, insights, things that I can do to improve, help you guys even more. Dedicated. Very, very dedicated. Regardless of your religion. Obviously, if you're Muslim, you can ask me more Muslim specific questions as well. And I sent it to you. I said, yes, absolutely. I do remember user 24. I do remember that. The question is, if the message didn't actually go through, you can always use the email address I have below or send it through Instagram and I'll check again. And if it is, it could be messy in my TikTok. I'll have to run through my TikTok again. The Wonder Woman, what is good? How are you? How are you? One guy went nuts because I asked him to get an STD test. Well, good. Let him go nuts. There's absolutely nothing wrong asking for that. My girlfriend is asking me for more attention. I don't know how to do that willingly. She's asking for more attention, but you don't know how to do that willingly. So what you're stating here is that with whatever you have going on, you don't want to give more attention, right? Not a problem. So what I would encourage you to do then is this. You want to, one, let her know, hey, at present, my time is kind of capped out. So are there specific things that we can do instead, right? That would make it more meaningful for the time that you do spend with her, right? Try it that way and see what happens. Oh, you were denied from TikTok. Okay, well, you can use the email address. Yeah, maybe, hold on, user 24. There, I followed you back. I heard that's a thing, that sometimes TikTok doesn't allow messages to go through if you're not friends. I did go on my settings and I made sure to open it up to everybody. So, yeah, but I did friend you. Maybe it'll work now, or you can make use of the email address, IG, and we'll get that going. I've been chronically single. I am so hungry for genuine male attention, not playing around, seeking love. Okay, user. So, chronically single. Question then, let's just talk about it. So, chronically single, and I appreciate you taking that as good advice. Desiring male attention. Okay, chronically single. Do you go out much and socialize? Oh, well, thank you, user 24. Honest question. How are you? Am I? How am I? I've been very, very stressed. Very, very stressed. And having an actual hard time, personally. Not gonna lie to you guys. I've been having a very, very difficult time. But I appreciate you asking. Very, very much so. Having a rough time lately. And personally, but that's neither here nor there. But I deeply appreciate you asking very, very much. I do go out. Okay. So when you go out, do you go out with family or just friends? Right? Being loose. How do you mean? Loose meaning giving men access to their body, right? So whether it's just a touch or, full on intercourse, whatever it is, they're just giving themselves to men just for the pleasure of it. That's what that means. She's considering breaking up because she feels I'm not into her as much as in the beginning. Okay, Yak. So Yak was saying how he doesn't have enough time. She's asking for more time. She wants to break up because you're not into her. Well, what you can do, one, is reassure her verbally that yes, you are still just as much into her, if that is true, and that, as a means of addressing her concerns, demand of her to tell you, okay, what things can we do that will make you feel more connected with me, right? More in tune. What's missing here? Because in order for me to help reassure you, I need to know what it is you need. And me as a man guessing is going to get neither you nor me anywhere. Okay? So phrase that, ask that question, and take whatever she gives you. Now, if what it is she's requesting of you is unreasonable or something that's just out of your capacity, then you may need to just bite the bullet and accept that, you know what? She wants things that I am currently not in the position to offer her. And if you can say as a man, you know what, I'm giving her the best of me that I can, and it's not enough, then you let it go. That's it. There's nothing wrong with a breakup. Nothing wrong with it, brother. It's going to suck. It's going to hurt, but there's nothing wrong with it. There's a lot you're going to learn from it as well, if it goes that way. And if it goes the other way, there's a lot you're going to learn there as well. I do hope that for the two of you, that you would stay together and that you guys' intention is for marriage. Because otherwise, you both are just kind of playing house and wasting time. And Rand, I appreciate you being able to feel that. I really, really do. And for user 17, who's mentioning chronically single and alone, that you do go out, but they're saying the men are not serious. So, are the people around you, user 17, are they in relationships? Right? Are you around people who are actively in relationships? And forgive me, guys, I'm trying to manage maybe about 3 conversations at once. You seem like a kind soul. It is a safe space to let us know what you need from us. I appreciate that, Fletch. I will consider doing so. I do my best to try not to burden other people, but I will definitely do that. I will definitely consider doing that, yes. I've been having a hard time too. My ex-partner has taken out, user 24, I am not the same situation, not the same relationships with people, but I know this very well. When people deal with fraudulent behavior, I know this very well, and that is infuriating. Please take any and all legal actions possible to minimize the damage and the responsibility if possible. It's going to suck. I myself didn't go that route simply because of who the individual was to me and the situation they were in. I bit the bullet on it. I don't regret it. However, I would much have preferred not doing that. Yeah. I go out with friends, sometimes by myself or with my sister. Okay. Subi. Okay, so you go out sometimes with your friends, sometimes with your sister. There are men you would like to be with, and I talk to them face to face. No men asking you on dates. Okay. So you do find interest in men, you are out, but you're not finding the men are interested in you in that manner. All right, so here comes the tough questions, right? Are you taking care of your physical health? As in, are you as fit as you can be within reason, right? Are you severely overweight? Would you say you have a friendly demeanor, a good character, right? That you're a pretty kind person in your interactions? Where are you on those things? And yes, your your physical appearance is important. Do you find that you dress in a manner that is complementary to your body as well? These are things. And then, yes, as user 24 asked, I was going to ask this last question. Are you asking some of these men or finding ways to let them know that you are available? Because depending on your looks, you may fall in the category of too pretty. That may be a thing. Where most men will assume you are already taken. This is very, very common. This is only about women. The topic, yes, this is about women. You don't really find men claiming to live a best life. I've been having a time, almost a year. Well, no man is checking for me. They look, they see me, and I communicate. Nothing is happening. Yak yak. How much should I involve her in my personal life? It's been a year. Well, brother, I'm gonna say this. Um, I would limit the involvement in your personal life unless it's a woman that you want to marry. From the sounds of it, it doesn't seem like you guys are quite there yet in terms of where your mind's at and what you're thinking about. So if you can't look at this woman and think, you know what, I would like to marry her and go that distance with her, um, I wouldn't bring her too far into your personal life. Not in a manner that where it would cause you any form of risk should you guys break up in a very bad way and she turns out to be very spiteful or vengeful. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the gifts. um if you guys, oh right, that shameless plugging, I didn't update the YouTube thingy. Shameless plug. Like the lives, guys. Give me some more likes. Share it to anybody. I think I have a donation button somewhere in the link tree. Don't subscribe to that link on the YouTube. I think it's the wrong one. Don't go there. And yeah, if you guys want to donate anything, PayPal's there. It supports me in doing this. Yeah, there you go. Shameless plug. I did it. And wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's been a few days, yes. I am well dressed. I am nice. Take care of me. These men know I'm single and available. All right, user 117. You may be, you may be a little socially awkward. Again, it could be socially awkward, or it is that you are too pretty, which is a real thing that happens. There's not much I can offer you right here, right now, without digging into a bit more of your personal life. So if you are interested, you can send me a message or email me here, and we can dig into a little bit more of this. And please know that you are not alone in this, right? There's a lot of women who I've known personally, not just online, but where they, what's the word? Where they're struggling with getting male attention, right? Even though they want to be in a relationship. And Subi, I gave you the updates on the podcast. We officially got, what do you call it? Accepted on Anchor and the newsletter on ConvertKit, so that stuff's going up this week. Took much longer than I planned. I didn't know that there were approval processes, and all these things. Oh, and when I say socially awkward, I don't say it's a bad thing. A lot of people are, right? Where they're not comfortable or know how to really approach people. So I'm not saying it as in it's a negative thing. It could be simply just a matter of how do I present myself in a way that gets me closer to the results that I want, right? So that's what I mean when I say socially awkward, right? They're just not practiced in certain types of conversations. It's not anything to be taken offense or anything like this. There's lots of men and women who are socially awkward, right? In certain situations, I would say I'm awkward socially. I'm tall and pretty, so they get intimidated. That's another thing. I'm soft-spoken and I do not swear when I speak. Okay. If you're not taking interest, then it's a personality thing. Yeah, you need to smile more. Men tell me I look mean. Do you think men apply to the caption above too, or do you think it's different? With the caption above, specifically to the words being used. Oh, there's someone in the guest. I'll see you in the back in a moment. To the words being used in the caption, right? Living your best life. That's specific to women because men don't say that, right, or categorize themselves in that way. However, I do not recommend men going around just drinking and partying and doing that. There's no benefit. There's no good for it. Would I say that's a recipe for them being single though? No. It doesn't work against them in that way. It works, it doesn't hinder them in that way. It doesn't. It slows the progress of their life and their progress and a bunch of other things, and it could get them caught up in all sorts of messy, messy stuff. But it doesn't, it's not a recipe for being single, no. That one only applies to the women. Check out compliments on how well I dress. No man is falling for me. Interesting. I am open. I talk to the men. I show that I'm interested to the men, but no one's pursuing me hard. Yeah, user 17, you may really just have, you might be too pretty. You might be a little too pretty, and you're going to have to, you may have to be a bit more, what's the word, aggressive, right? And the other thing that you can do to combat this is to use your network. So reach out to people who you know are married and let them know, hey, I'm having a hard time finding a person, and I would like for you guys to, put the word out for me. That way they can begin to arrange meetings for you. This will help tremendously. And thank you guys so much for the subscription. I forgot there's a subscription. I appreciate that. That's awesome. That is awesome. So we'll work on whatever else is in the subscription. I don't know what benefits there are for the subscription for you guys, but I will make sure to look into them so that you guys receive them. I think maybe there's like stickers, perhaps, something like this. I'll take note of it now. Okay. Forgive me, I just need to take note of this just to make sure that we address this because it's important. Hold on. Oops, 20. Gotta set up. Got to set up the TikTok subs. I remember last time, guys, we had the subs only chat on, and I didn't know it. And the live was on for like 20 minutes, and I'm like, why is no one talking? But there's like 40 people here. It didn't make any sense. Yeah, Sui, I'm glad you're looking forward to it. Very, very glad. Yeah, socially awkward just means, learning how to navigate around people and feeling them out. That's all that is. So I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm a massive fan of yours, but she can't be too pretty. No, user 24. This really is a thing. So when it comes to being too pretty for men, right? What happens for a lot of us is that we, as men, will assume that most women are are already taken. They're already spoken for, right? So we tend to avoid them completely. And then being very pretty is also quite intimidating for a lot of men as well. So it's a very real thing. The Wonder Woman, welcome. How are you?
Now get it set. I'll show. No one did not tell me to Allah will be there.
Let's see.
Now fix me, yeah, let's go صباح ليا.
Let me mute her just so we don't hear anything we're not supposed to. The Wonder Woman, welcome, welcome. Write in the comments so that you can unmute, if you can't unmute yourself. Just didn't want us to hear anything we're not supposed to. I find myself during conversations asking men's questions. They don't ask questions about me. Peace and love, everybody coming in. Peace and blessings. Strange. Yeah, you're in an interesting. So if I talk to many, nobody asking me out. Asking me personal questions about my life and goals, but they're not asking you out. Has any other women here found themselves in positions where they were speaking with men, right? And they were looking for the men to show more interest, but they weren't receiving it. Yeah, but user 17, please don't assume that anything's wrong with you. I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with you, right? There's some sort of mismatch happening. It could be the men that you're around, it could be the community, it could be the environment, there could be a number of things at play here. Why it's not happening. So the healing process, your opinion. What do you mean the healing process? I would argue for most people their quote unquote healing process is a trauma marathon and not actually a healing process because they're not learning anything and they're repeating the same mistake over and over again. Right? When you heal, when you put in the work, you you have better results in your life. As in you're not going through the same mistakes over and over again. Yeah? So unless you have a bit more, what do you call it, details to the question, you're going to have to ask me that one again. Hold on, Yogi. Men don't know how to ask questions to get to know the woman. Hmm, okay. Well, that is also the other side of the coin, ladies. Um, as men, a lot of men, okay. So the way we typically break this up when it comes to men is there's typically around somewhere between 10 and 20% of men who are socially adept at when it comes to engaging with women, right? These tend to be the guys who are most popular amongst women for various reasons. Now, the remaining 80% of men, let's say 50-50 is going to be the ratio in which you'll find a man who is, who has spoken with enough women to have learned how to actually engage in conversation, lead the conversation, etc., etc. Now, the majority of men don't get that sort of interaction with women. So yes, the statement can be very, very true. That just the ability to navigate and lead a conversation with a woman, to lead into getting to know her and presenting interest is not something a lot of men are educated in, right? And these are men across the spectrum. It could some from very, very rich to very, very poor to very, very fit to not very, very fit, right? It runs the entire gamut, ladies. So it's a very true statement, right? Both my parents traveled the world and lived their best lives before getting married. It's been 35 years. That's amazing. But what happens nowadays when we use this term living the best life, right? When we hear this, when you ask for more details as to what that entails, it's usually single women being, flown out to different places or hitting up the clubs, drinking, partying, just very, very, you know, destructive behavior, right? It's not like they're getting educational and or informative experiences about the world. It's usually not the case when this is happening, right? And what we have nowadays is this push for, open promiscuity and that it's good and that it's healthy and this and this and this and this and that. And it's simply not true, right? It's not correct. It's not healthy. It's not actually working. And what we're finding is that this is growing, and if not has already become a staple of what we would call the modern woman, right? And the reason why the second half of the statement is it's a recipe for being single is that when you rack up these sort of experiences, it is not appealing to men, and it also creates a certain sort of it has the potential to create a level of delusion and misunderstanding about who men are and what it is we actually appreciate and look for in women and the type of man that said women can actually attract when it comes to marriage. So this is the issue that comes up. Right? And experience and scars and all this kind of stuff, hurts. It doesn't look good on women, right? But they look good on men, if that helps. I ask the men questions. They don't open to ask me questions in return. Yeah, user 17, it really may be the type of men that you're interacting with. It really, really might be. I have a sneaking suspicion that you may have the too pretty going on for you. And also, I'm going to ask you this. Would you say that you are very successful in your career? Eh, What measure does a guy take to determine he knows a woman well enough? What measure does a guy take to determine he knows a woman well enough? For most men, there isn't a measure, right? Because we tend to, quote unquote, love very idealistically. So once we've, found a woman, this is a mistake a lot of men make too, right? Once a man has typically found a woman that he is enamored with or finds commonality with, it's more so, it really comes down to that woman not doing something to mess it up rather than him looking to continue to qualify, right? Because just by default, we don't look for reasons to disqualify women. We look for reasons to keep a woman around, right? So it's a lot more difficult for a woman to, let me not say that. There's less measures that need to be taken from a man's side because of how we are, though we should take a lot more measures in practice. We don't. Yes, and the Wonder Woman, just in case you're still here, I brought you down because I had brought you up, but you were busy at the time.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm well. How are you, Samuel?
I'm well. Thank you for having me.
Not a
I love
problem.
joining these lives. I think it's so fun to debate about different topics and things, even if you have totally different viewpoints. So I want to just kind of understand what your viewpoint is right now. So are you basically saying is the pretext of the text or the subtext, I should say, of the text basically that body count matters pretty much? Is that what you're going for, or?
So first thing to address is I don't do debates, right? So you might be a little disappointed. I have discussions, but I don't do debates. I'm always open to me being wrong, so I don't debate. I don't find much value in debating. As for
Sure.
your question, what I'm moving towards is the what's commonly happening now, which is this, push for living your best life, which typically, in most
Mm-hmm.
cases, are, young single women just hitting up the bars, drinking, just
Right.
being very, frivolous,
Which is fine. Yeah, that's fine.
engaging in behavior that could be quite actually dangerous for them and destructive.
Okay, so
So,
does that same idea go over to men though as well? Like, will you say the same about men?
100%. Men going out drinking and putting themselves in bad situations is horrible for us.
Okay, but what do you consider like a bad situation? Like, why is it bad just to go out to local establishments that are created for that kind of setting and environment? It's not like people are
Well,
going and getting drunk in back alleys and meeting up with random. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but what you're
what
just
is the parameters?
describing is typically what's happening during these outings with single women. That's typically what's happening. Is that they are getting drunk and just hooking up with whoever's around, etc., etc. And that's not good for man
But
or
why?
woman.
Why is that bad?
What's the benefit?
what's the lack of benefit? I guess one could say. Like, what does it matter? Like, if people are,
Okay.
if they're not hurting
When
each other, like as long as they, are both consenting, then that's fine.
they're
And
hurting
what's the problem? As long
themselves.
as they're adults,
But
how
they're
is that
hurting
hurting
themselves.
them? As long as they are safe and using precautions and are consenting adults.
Okay. So have you spoken with women who have, went out, had the random hookup and said they regretted it?
I mean, we definitely all, it doesn't have to be women. We all, I as a man have hookups that I regret, but that
Okay.
doesn't mean that that was anything necessarily wrong. It may just be because I felt like maybe that person wasn't someone that I was as attracted to maybe as I, could have been in the moment, or maybe it was just something, you just did in the kind of spur of the moment. But again, it's not that it's a bad thing as long as, again, it's just two adults, you're, consenting. If there's things beyond that, then that's when it's a problem. But why is suddenly sex this, like, demonizing thing? Like, why? I mean, because it's so weird. This seems to be like the
Well,
theme of the
one
night on
moment.
TikTok. Like,
One
so many
moment. One
lives that I've
moment.
seen are
Hold
like
on. Hold on,
attacking women for
Samuel.
body
Hold
count.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Slow it down. One at a time.
It was all the same point, but
You
okay.
just, you just contradicted yourself when I
No.
mentioned that if you've spoken to women who have had regrets about it, then you said yes, and then you mentioned that you've, slept with women and had regrets yourself, and then in turn said that it's not bad. Having a regret means bad. There's nothing good
No.
about having a regret.
Okay, so let me clarify. I don't have sex with women. I am proudly homosexual. But what I'm saying is like, no, by regret, I mean, like, yeah, maybe it was someone that I probably either maybe shouldn't have gotten with or whatever, in the terms of like maybe I felt like I wasn't as attracted to them as I normally would have been, but maybe it just happened in the moment. But it wasn't regret like, oh my God, like that was horrible, like it ruined my life, like it caused me harm. It was more just like a pride kind of thing, because maybe they were someone I felt like wasn't normally like up to my standards. But that doesn't mean that it was bad or that I had done something wrong. I just won't get with that person again, you know?
Okay. Well, well, whether you're aware or not, in many cases when women have gone through this, it's not just a matter of, oh, well, I just slept with this person, I'm not going to do it again. There is a buildup of shame in that. In some cases, they are actually really, really hurt by it. And in other situations where they do sleep with someone and they actually like the guy, and because of how this, intercourse came about, the guy just basically had fun with her and ghosted, just left her alone, right? And that's very damaging as well for the woman. So there's very little benefit to just, promiscuity for men and women like this, without any sort of intentionality behind it beyond just pleasure for a few minutes. The risk far outweigh the reward.
Again, though, like I understand what you're saying, and someone in the comments, I will call
Oh,
you out by
don't
name.
don't worry
Vision
about the
Undercast
comments.
Caster said
Don't worry about the
anger from the start
comments.
disguised as wanting to debate. This
Hold
is a
on,
debate,
Samuel.
so
Don't worry about the
education.
comments. We don't talk to the
But well,
comments
that's kind of
when we
what
do
this is
this.
all about. People
No,
always
no,
say don't
don't,
ignore the, don't
Samuel.
respond to the comments. That's what this
Samuel,
is about.
Samuel,
That's what
Samuel,
builds your
Samuel,
live. Your live would not have
Samuel.
anything
No,
without the comments,
Samuel. We
the
don't
viewers.
overtalk.
That's what it's about.
Samuel,
That's what it's about.
Samuel. We don't overtalk. Easy,
You
easy.
just overtalked me. You didn't even let me
No,
finish.
yes,
I
I
was speaking
overtalk.
and you
No,
started talking.
Samuel. Okay, let me
I'm
reintroduce you.
focused, Vision.
Let me reintroduce you. So I'm Cyrus. I'm the host. I overtalk anybody and everybody. You, as the guest, don't overtalk me. That's how it goes here.
Got it. So when
Yeah.
you hear something that you are against, then it's okay to overtalk. Period. I
And
got
what
you.
I was against was you interacting with the chat because you're supposed to be having a conversation with me.
But that's what I'm saying is the chat is also a vital part of the TikTok
Not,
lives. That's what
not,
everyone
no,
fails
no,
to mention. If
no,
the people
Samuel,
weren't interacting in the
Samuel,
chat and giving you the
no,
likes,
Samuel,
your live would not be getting pushed.
Samuel,
Like that's the
no,
point.
Samuel, I don't do that here. And my chat knows this. When I
So
have the
when you're on
guest,
here
when
by
I have the
yourself, who are
guest,
you talking to?
hold on, Samuel. When I have a
Mercy.
guest up, it's me talking with the guest, and the chat is now the audience. When it's just me in the chat, then the chat is now a participant. But when a guest is up, the chat becomes an audience. That's how I run things here.
Fantastic. All right. So from here on out, it's you and I. Then what's good?
There we go. So what else do you have for me then? Since we
No, I'm
addressed,
just No, so we're going to get back to, I guess, what we were discussing then is at the end of the day, like, I just think it's sad that someone will look at someone else and suddenly devalue them based off the fact that they may have slept with more people than what you, or not you specifically, but you, whoever the person is in that situation, deems quote unquote acceptable. Like, why is there like an acceptable amount? That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, I see what you're saying. You're absolutely right in terms of we as human beings, not anyone gender specific, it can be men or women, we as human beings may sometimes put ourselves in harm's way. That's something that unfortunately happens. But in general, like if you're just doing a normal basic hookup that most people seem to tend to do, especially younger in your life, it's not a bad thing or anything to be demonized for or ashamed of just because you did that. Like, again, as long as you're a consenting adult, you didn't force yourself on someone, they didn't force yourself on you. You were open about your status. If you unfortunately have, STDs or things like that, then it's not bad. Like, I just think it's sad that like people are, because I see, and not just you, but just in general in terms of like the actual topic itself, I see people on other lives saying things like, oh, this woman, isn't worth marrying because she's had this body count, or this woman isn't worth showing off. What do you mean? It doesn't matter. Like, as long as I'm in love with who I'm in love with, I don't care who they slept with. Like, I was literally just talking to my fiance about this. I was like, babe, if you would have told me you slept with 200 people before we got together, that would not have changed how I felt about you suddenly. Like, imagine how sad that must be to change your opinion on someone because of who they have slept with. Like,
Well, let
you know
me
what I mean?
let's no, because I'm gonna break it down for you, right? Um, the issue is this, right? When we value each other as human beings, and you're looking for someone to enter into marriage with, right? You want to have a sense that this person holds respect for their body, right? And they're just not destructive to themselves. And this is what the whole quote unquote, body count is indicative of. There's no acceptable number outside of marriage. There's none, right? As a man who's looking at a woman for marriage, I mean, just the simple, she could be a widowed woman, right? And she could have had a 10-year marriage to a man with kids, all of that.
Sure.
Just the very notion, and she's widowed. Now I meet her and we enter into a relationship and we get married. Just the idea of her having been married again and another man has touched her is repulsive to me as a man attracted to women, right? I don't like it at all.
Sure.
So the whole body count thing, it's not about, there's no number. Anything outside of a committed relationship is just too much. Now, what it really is indicative of, right? It's not, which is what a lot of these podcasts fail to put forward and actually present,
Yeah.
is that it tends to be an indicator of how one has lived their life and or values themselves and their body, right? So if all it took was a guy with a pretty face to gain access to you, that's problematic for me, right? Moving forward in the future. What if we're married now and some guy with a similar pretty face shows up, right? Nothing much has changed. So would it still be easy for him to gain access to you?
And I
Now
see
the
where you're coming
reason,
from.
now the
Go ahead,
reason
go ahead.
why the access is such a big deal is because, well, as a man attracted to women, the greatest honor that a woman could give me is children, right? And the only way to have my own child would be to have access to her body, right? Sex.
Sure.
So that's why we see it as such a high marker. And that's where it comes from. That's the root of where it's really coming from. What we have now is just a lot of, children discussing it with no real sense of thought put into why they're even saying what they're saying.
Sure. So I see what you're saying, and something that was interesting is you said that if you had found out or heard or seen or whatever that she had given herself or given access, as you put it, to someone else, that would be repulsive to you. So would, in the same flip of the coin, then should that also be repulsive to women if they have found out that you have, let's say, I guess, inserted yourself, since you can't say give access to, inserted yourself into other people?
And absolutely nothing wrong with that. if a woman feels as though a man who has previous sexual experience outside of marriage is a problem, or even just any at all is a problem, that's her prerogative. I wouldn't be upset with her for any reason whatsoever. It's her right.
Okay, sure, and I'm not saying that people don't have the right to be bothered by body count, because that's the beautiful thing about our country. As I always say, that is we get to have our rights and opinions. Are they sometimes wrong? Absolutely. So my thing is this: like, I could not imagine, like, for example, I go back to my own relationship because it's what I'm familiar with. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
I love my fiance so much. He is a wonderful person. And I cannot imagine thinking to myself, wow, had when we first started dating, if he had happened to tell me if he had a higher body count, imagine if I would have just said, oh, well, never mind, you're suddenly repulsive to me because you were single and were enjoying your life and weren't hurting anyone. But now that I know this about you, you're suddenly disgusting to me. So then I would have just given up on all the great memories we've made, the great person that he is, because I judged him for what he did in his free time that was totally harmless to him and whoever he interacted with. So that's what I think bothers me is I was like, why is there such a shame on sex? Like, we all want to have sex. Like, so what's the big deal as long as it's
Okay.
consensual?
There's no shame on sex. Sex is very healthy. It's very natural. It's a necessary part of being human. Welcome to the guests, by the way. If you guys could just mute when you're not talking, and I'll bring you guys in a moment. There's no shame to be out on sex. The question, the concern is the context in which it's being done, right? Outside of, and this notion of I've slept around with many people and I cause no harm is a falsehood. It causes a lot of people harm. It may not be harm that you, as one of the participants, are aware of, but it does cause harm to a lot of people, right? A lot of people are, severely going through heartbreak. They're going through isolation. They're going through the feeling of being used. They're going through, mixed feelings about their own sense of self-worth, right? Because they've just had so many temporary experiences of physical intimacy that didn't lead to more that they were desiring, which in many cases is a committed relationship, right? Leading into marriage or whatever that may look like depending on your culture and whatnot. So there's a lot of harm that gets done in that, a lot. And unfortunately, most of the harm is being experienced by women, right? A lot of women are being harmed in this way by making themselves so easily accessible to just men who just want to use them for their body. For one party, it's, hey, I'm just having some fun. I'm just going to
Yes,
go
sir.
out. I'm just going to sleep with some women. But for some of these women, it's more than that.
Right, and I get what you're saying, and I 100% like if someone is hooking up with someone and leading them on and leading them to think, hey, I want to be with you. This is more than just a hook up to me. I care for you. Blah 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 blah. If they're leading people on, that's a whole different discussion. But I'm saying if two people are getting together, both consciously knowing that this is just a hookup, we're literally just trying to have fun, no matter what either one of our baggage is, it doesn't matter because we're both agreeing to do this in the moment. That is not harmful. That is two people agreeing to do something. Now, yes, if I am dating this person and I'm making them think I have all these feelings and then all of a sudden I'm just like, JK, I just wanted to hook up, absolutely, that's horrible and should be shamed. But if it's just two people enjoying themselves and agreeing to it and knowing what they're getting into, there should be nothing wrong. And it doesn't matter how many people you do that with as long as that is the parameters.
And that's the big thing, right? And I'm glad you mentioned that. If, and that if isn't common. That's just it. It's not common that these discussions are being held prior to the act to make
I can
sure
say
that both
myself, I've
parties are
not ever hooked up with
clarified on
anyone who I wasn't clear that it was a hookup or whether I was more interested in them.
it. Then
Same as, the people that have hooked up with me.
yeah. Well, for a number of women, that clarification is not there, or the women go into it with an expectation that wasn't put forward, or even during the process of the act, where they felt one way going into it, after the act they felt another way.
So you mean that you think
right?
that
So
if
it
a
does
woman
happen.
goes to like a bar and hooks up with some guy some random night, she's instantly already thinking, "Oh, this is going to be a relationship. Oh, he wants me." She's not smart enough to know. I think that's where it seems like people are devaluing women's intelligence because it's like they have to
That's
be
where I need
smart
to
enough to
pause you
know.
there. That's where I need to pause you there because that's insulting to women. I never said anything about their intelligence. I said their feelings about the situation changes, not their intelligence.
But it's an assumption. You're saying that they're thinking all these feelings, but I think women are
No, I
smart enough
didn't.
to know if it's a random meetup with a stranger at a bar, they know what they're getting into. No feelings have been exchanged. They just met. Like,
The act of sex creates feelings. It creates bonds.
no, it doesn't. Not always. If you know what you're doing
And
for it, then that's it.
this is where the difference between a core difference between men and women lie when it comes to sex. As men, we have the ability to have sex with very minimal emotional connection. For women, they're not built the same.
Say that one more time. I gotta hear that one more time.
Okay. So this is where a fundamental difference between men and women occurs when it comes to sex. For most men, we can have sex without there being a deep emotional connection. Whereas for women, there tends to be an emotional connection that aligns with the act of having sex.
But how are you to say that? Like, you and I, neither one are a woman, so how do you suddenly know about all these physical emotions that they're attaching to it? I think women can hit it and quit it just like anyone else.
And I'm saying this because many, 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 many women have acknowledged this. They're even acknowledging this in the chat. Matter of fact, this might be a
Oh,
good
so now
moment
you're
to.
acknowledging the chat. Oh, I thought we weren't allowed.
You asked me where I got this from. I'm just giving you reference.
So you're getting it from less than 100 people in the chat, as you're basing that off of the entire women?
There's lots of women who say this. It's an observable truth.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So because it's being said, that makes it true. Because that's
Well,
kind of a scary way to base your
if the
your
women
opinions on
say,
things.
but if the women say something and then I tell them they're lying about what's true for them, that would quickly make me a quote unquote misogynist, wouldn't it?
No, of course not. So if these particular women you're talking to are feeling that way about themselves, then that's valid. But I'm saying you can't say that that's the whole scope for women as a gender because you've talked to people in the chat, less than 100 people when we live in a world of billions.
And
Like, that's what I'm saying.
this is where you're being disingenuous because I never said all women. I said for
Many
most
women. You said
women,
many,
for many
most,
women.
many or most. So you're
There you
basing many
go.
or most
So
based
that
off of less than.
so that right there, that right there does not mean all. So even in you trying to replay what I've said, you got it wrong.
No, so that I said that. So I'm saying you said that many or, some or whatever was based off of who you spoke to.
No,
But
but
I'm saying, so you're
many
basing
or
that off
all is
of.
very important distinction to make. And your initial comment said you were indicating that I said all when I did not, and that makes
Okay,
it very,
well,
very
Lord
different. That
forgive
makes
me
a
for
big
a
difference.
misquote. I can acknowledge a misquote. So I'm saying you're saying that the many women or a majority of the women you spoke to feel this. But what I'm again saying is just because of that, you can't base the opinion off of 100, 200 women at most off, you can't let that be the opinion for all. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Well, then let's bring in some of the guests here and see their thoughts on this. Ms. Fletch and Somu, welcome, guys.
Fletch is here.
Okay, welcome, Fletch. How are you?
I'm
What do you have
good.
for us on
Well,
what
I
you've heard so far?
had a good day, but that's okay. But I appreciate your conversations. I've joined before.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want about 60 seconds to give you my scenario. I
Please do.
understand what you're saying. Had I had the perfect life, I would have wished to be the untouchable person that met their person that was only with one man and had a traditional lifestyle and a family. That was not my experience. So by the time I was 9, I was raped by 3 different people. So my body count would have been too high for
Oh,
you
that
and
doesn't
a lot of
count.
others.
In
So
any
how
form
do
of
we go
force.
about our life as an untouchable when we went through a different experience? Not to say that that was not the only experience, but women who are abused who never get help typically do go through that period of being promiscuous, because if you don't get therapy, you're in that mode. Then once you come out of it and you go into your phase of healing, people still look back and judge you on it, and then you're still untouchable. And then where are you supposed to go to find a relationship? Because I don't go to bars. I just really
Yeah.
try to not go anywhere because I'm so ashamed.
Well,
So
in
where do we go? Do we just get punished the rest of our lives? I'm
no,
not
in your scenario, around being any form of force, you know, sexual interactions, that has no place in this conversation at all, right? Absolutely none, because that shouldn't be anything. There's nothing about that to be held against you or any woman or man who's gone through this whatsoever, right? So anyone that is knowing of that and seeing it as some sort of marker against another person, they're the problem.
okay. I'm gonna circle back to that, and you can stop me if you want me to, but that's not true, because the pattern of that lifestyle is that we do go into a period of confusion. And then if you actually are lucky enough to come out of it and go into your spiritual and healing phase, then you can come out of it. But people don't ever let it go. And so that's what I'm saying to you as a man, and for other men in this life to consider, is that if you hear something about a woman, and you hear something from 25 years ago, don't go repeat that shit. Go figure out who she is.
Well, that
I don't
that's
go to bars,
Mm-hmm.
go
and
to
that
I
that's what
don't go to
I'm.
bars,
One
but I
moment. That's what
also don't
I'm.
go to
That's what I'm
churches.
indicating. You weren't listening. Anybody judging based on that form of interaction, they are the problem. So if you have an entire community who is holding judgment against a man or a woman who has experienced that, that entire community is the problem, not the individual. Do you understand?
Yes, but how are we supposed
No,
to find
no, hold on.
a
There's no but. Do you
relationship?
understand that though? This is very important that I need you to understand that. You or someone like myself, because we have very similar experience here, are not the problem. You are not the problem. The community is the problem. What happened to you and the result of what had happened to you, and how you had to go about figuring out life after that, all of that is nothing to be held against you. It's not your fault. You didn't cause this. You didn't choose that to happen. Irregardless of how it occurred or whether whatever say you had or didn't have in it, it was never your fault. It still is not your fault.
I hear
So
you,
anybody who is
see
holding that
that.
against you, the problem is the community, plain and simple.
Correct. So how are we ever supposed to
You
get
leave the
beyond being
community.
the loose person in
You
the
leave the
community,
community.
the loose person in the community
That's the
who
only way.
who only does that because
The person.
they don't have physical touch for not for year after year after year, and they actually do it again, which like
Hmm.
perpetuates the same cycle because
Then
they're
they
outcast.
need to go to therapy. They need to go to therapy, and they need to leave that community. Therapy and leaving that community, literally, are the next steps. Therapy and leaving the community is what needs to happen. Because staying in the community is just going to exasperate the problem, and it's going to cause more harm, and it's going to hurt more, and it's going to make the recovery so much more difficult. So you need to leave the community, and then having some form of therapy or counseling is necessary. We can't heal ourselves. Doctors don't perform surgeries on themselves. So the type of wound that you have is not something you can heal by yourself.
Thank you, Cyrus. I am in therapy and I hear
Good.
you. I receive that. I don't have enough money to leave, but I'll just shut it off. Like now, I'm going to drop off the live because that was my
Hmm.
point to be made for others to consider that this conversation goes a little bit broader than just, I want that woman to be pure when I find her. Because there are
No,
a lot of
this
women who be
conversation
pure when you find them.
excludes anyone who's gone through SA is excluded from any form of wherever any of this conversation ever goes. It doesn't apply because what happened to you and to individuals such as this was forced upon them. It wasn't a decision that was made. We're talking about decisions that were consciously made, not that are not the result of SA. So whenever you see any future conversations like this, you need to remind yourself, as a survivor, none of what they're saying is going, it applies to me. Because what happened to them, what they've decided to do with themselves, is not the same as what someone else decided to do to me. Right? And that's what we need to remember as survivors. What was done to me was done to me. Someone else made the decision to violate my personal space. Someone else made a decision to take advantage of whatever state I was in, whether it be age, drugs, sleepiness, whatever. Someone else made the decision, not you. So please, please, please remember that. And that goes for anyone else here. Somu, welcome.
Hello?
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me. I completely agree with everything that you're saying, and I think your presentation is outstanding. I think you're doing an awesome job. I think more people should they should speak to uh individuals recovering from the sex industry and things of that nature, recovering prostitutes,
Mm-hmm.
so that they could get informed on things of this nature. Because if you don't really reflect on it, or you don't have these type of resources or these type of individuals to talk to, then you are unaware of the recovery process. There's a recovery process to living this type of lifestyle.
Mm.
So that in
It's two
itself
different things.
it insinuates that it is harmful psychologically to the individual to go through those type of experiences, you know. And I
Talking about
I
two
agree
different things.
completely. What's that?
Totally two different things. You're discussing sex work versus personal choice and pleasure.
I mean, but sex work is a personal choice.
No, 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 no. We're discussing the difference between people that are forced into doing that because they feel like that's what they have to do to make money to survive, and they have no other choice, versus people that are going out and doing something for recreation. It's two different things.
I think that's a biasness that you have because you have
That's not a
little to
bias.
no
That's a fact.
experience. I think that's a bias that you have because you have little to no experience with these actual individuals from that industry. I myself, I have friends and family who was of that industry, and for most of them, and when you're a part of that industry and you meet these people, you will find that it's rarely based in money. It's really based in an economical need. It's a personal choice that revolved around the idea of it being fun, the idea of it being pleasurable. So it's really an economical need. There's a lot of opportunities out here that involve less than that industry. So if it was about monetary gain, a person can make more money doing easier things. So once you get to know individuals from that industry and you find that it is, simply put, a confusion there, a misinterpretation of it being like this occupation that will be pleasurable 24/7, or it being like something fun, and that's why most people, they a lot of people go into that industry with the mindset that, hey, I like doing this, so why not get paid doing it? You understand? It's usually the monetary gain is the minimal aspect of it. So, and then there, when you choose to exit that industry, there's a recovery that needs to take place. So, multiple partners throughout the years and so on, it has a traumatic effect to the individual, to their psyche. It's damaging, and then if you aren't able to overcome those obstacles, it could be traumatizing to the family around you. Your siblings, your mother, your father, and ultimately your partner and your children. So I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to commend our host for doing such a good job with his presentation.
I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that, and I agree. Not all, you know, sex workers are forced into it, or that it's being done because they have no other means of paying bills, right? And I've known women in this industry, men and women in that industry myself, and I've known some who went into it strictly for financial gain, and I know others who have got into it simply because it was just an easier way to make money, and that's just it.
Yeah,
But it
that
wasn't.
assumption is
Yeah. So this, I agree with you. The assumption there is very wild. It's very vast. Brooke, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not too bad. What do you have for us?
Well, I'm trying to understand the topic. Is the topic that women should save themselves for marriage, or that their body count should matter to men,
Oh, what was the last part you said there?
or
The body
that their
count.
like body count should matter like to the person they're with? Like I'm trying to grasp the topic so I know which direction to take this.
Oh, okay. Uh, very, very briefly, living your best life tends to refer to going out and drinking, bars, clubs, being very open and free with promiscuity, both men and women. There is very little to no benefit in this. Unfortunately, though, for women, it has a far more damaging effect on their prospects for marriage in the future versus for men. It doesn't have damaging, not so heavy damaging effects on their future in that regards, but it does have in others.
Okay. Okay. I see where you're coming from. Where as far as marriage in the future, a woman's amount of promiscuity could have an effect on her future versus a man because there is that double standard there. However, people do say, because a study has been done, that multiple sexual partners can emotionally affect you, and this is not just women. So a lot of men like to be like, oh well, every partner she's with, she gets emotionally invested, and eventually it's going to damage her mentally, et cetera, forgetting that it also psychologically affects men. So I guess my point is, um, if it has the same psychological effect on both men and women alike, why are women still judged on the amount of men and or women they decide to be with when it has the same effect on a man? Because I just don't see the point.
Well,
Should never be judged. Shout out to you.
typically the judgment is coming for, on one hand, the judgment tends to come from other women, right? That's something that happens a lot, that other women will judge other women for it. You guys do that. And when it comes to the men looking at this, it's it's just unappealing to us, right? Even and you probably weren't here, but I gave the example of, let's say you were a widow, you had kids, right? I found you, we met, we married. The idea that another man, was with you, even though I knew everything was all good, it would still bother me. It would still be. I don't like to think about it. Just as a man, it's just typical biology for us.
I mean, I feel like that's more of a dominance issue and a personal issue with inside you, and not so much a declining factor in someone's worth or value.
I never said anything about worth
Okay, but when you
nor
when you
value.
say
Unappealing to us, quote unquote.
right, when you say I lose interest or that is not appealing to me,
Hmm.
in a sense, at least as a woman, it makes us feel like you're devaluing us because who we
Exactly.
chose to share our body with, you know, and it's kind of like
No,
when people say,
it's not about who you chose. The who is irrelevant. The less I know about who you were with, is the better for me. It's a matter of, okay, this, we look at it as like this, right? Having, as men, right, the greatest honor that a woman could give us is a child. And the only way to have that child is through sex,
mm-hmm.
right? So when we look at, you know, access to a woman's body, it's like, whoa, okay, you've given the potential of the greatest honor to some guy because he bought you a drink at the bar or because he stuck around long enough and gave you some compliments, but never took the time to respect you and marry you. That's what we look at. That's where the problem lies.
What about the women who cannot conceive children?
That's that's a scenario that goes out of the scope.
I mean, do you look at them the same way, is what I'm saying.
Why would I look at a woman? What do you mean the same way?
Okay, you're saying that
Hold
as
on, one moment. Why did you bring that up? A woman who
I'm
can't
I'm
have children.
I'm explaining,
Okay.
because you said as a man, we look at it as like every person that you choose to sleep with, you are given the opportunity to them to potentially have a child, correct?
That's
And we look
correct.
at that, and you're like, well, do I really want to be with you because you gave every Tom, Dick, and Harry this chance,
Hmm.
correct? Okay, so for the woman who cannot conceive children, is their promiscuity in your eyes excused because they cannot conceive children, so therefore they didn't give anybody that opportunity?
No, it's not an excuse because there's no way for me to know whether she can or cannot have children.
I mean, there is. You women get diagnosed with like PCOS all the time.
Well, then that would be something that woman would have to feel comfortable enough to share with me, such an intimate detail. I don't know why she would share that with someone she just met or has only known for a couple of weeks so quickly, especially if the intention for marriage isn't on the table. So no, the majority of conversations would never go there and they would never know. So for most men, the assumption is your womb is working perfectly fine and you have the capabilities of birthing child.
Okay, and I guess um on another note, let me see how I want to put this. So would you as a man, if a woman held you to the same standards that you hold women to, would you feel judged, or would you feel that it's unfair and unjust treatment because they're judging you off of something minuscule and not your character and not who you are as a person?
Well, how I treat my body is indicative of my character. One, and two, I wouldn't feel any ways about it because as women, you're allowed to have that. You're allowed to make that decision, have that preference in who you're going to be with. The same way a woman can say men who don't make a certain amount of money are useless to them, that's damaging, isn't it? But we understand that's just her preference. So in the same way that men are saying, listen, a woman who's been, very promiscuous or just too promiscuous for whatever his standard may be is too much, that's his preference. So if a woman has the same preference in terms of a man's promiscuity, why should I be upset about that?
I just ask because some men have that outlook, like women cannot sleep around, but for men it's perfectly socially acceptable because of the double standard. That's why I had to ask that question.
Well, here's part of why the double standard exists, and a lot of people don't talk about it. If women as a collective decided they were not going to interact with men who had previous partners, that double standard would quickly begin to change. But unfortunately, for the sake of our conversation, the majority of women are accepting of men who have whatever body amounts of body counts or is very frivolous and disrespectful to his body. And they don't factor that in because, well, men and women tend to look for different things in each other, or at least in terms of priorities.
So,
And
how do you feel about a man who decides to marry a woman with a high body count?
that's his decision. Why would I
So,
feel any way about his decision?
well, I know it's personal preference. I know because I was in another live, I want to say, I don't know, a couple days ago, and he said, um, any man who decides to marry a woman with a high body count or even entertain her and give her the time of day is basically demasculating himself and doesn't know his worth. So I'm trying to understand if it's like the whole double standard thing or if all men have the same, like, man, you could do so much better, you deserve better mentality.
No, there's definitely a double standard when it comes to this, but um, however, anybody choosing to be with a person who has been very promiscuous, I think, is not the smartest of decisions. At least, unless you can see that it their character no longer reflects that sort of behavior, then you should be fine. But if there's parts of their character that is still reflecting that behavior, that sort of mentality, then that's a foolish decision to try and enter into marriage with.
Okay, I can respect that answer. That's a good answer.
I don't think it's anything to respect. It's just practical. Everything I talk about here is just about practicality. It has nothing to do with religion or anything like that nature. It's just what's practical, what works, what's best for people as individuals and human beings based on them desiring a committed relationship that's healthy and has the best probability of lasting until either party passes.
I mean, my idea of practical and your idea of practical maybe are a little differing, but I'm saying you and like what you consider practical, I respect. I liked that answer. That's all I was saying. I meant no ill will or intent or anything like
No,
that.
I didn't think you meant anything. And forgive me, I may be a little weird. I'm on the spectrum, so I may take things a little too straightforward or bluntly.
Same.
But I just see it as is, right? It's very black. A lot of things are very black and white for me, and I don't. Yeah, I find it kind of odd for a lot of people when they're like, "Yeah, I respect that." I'm like, I don't understand why. It just makes sense. And it's like 1 + 1 = 2. I respect that. It's like, I mean, why? It just makes sense. The sky's raining. Yeah, it is. It just is. That's typically how I tend to process things. So forgive me on that. I do my best not to have that
Oh no,
come
you're
out as
completely.
strongly.
But all
Yeah,
right, it's been fun, guys. Thank you for having me up. I
awesome.
appreciate it. You guys
Thank
have a
you.
wonderful night.
I appreciate it. It's a good conversation.
So something that I do want to address, I know you said we're not talking about the comments, but this is one thing I just want to go ahead and answer because someone is failing to understand that I am answering this in the comments. Someone in the comments has been asking me many times, so are you saying you would be okay with a woman, or in my case, a man, with multiple STDs? They're a loose person. And I answered that, even though they can't seem to understand that I'm answering it, by saying no. I would not be okay with sleeping with anyone with STDs, but STD does not equate to loose. You could get an STD as a virgin and get it from your first time out. So I'm just saying I wouldn't want to be with someone that I knew had STDs. It doesn't have anything to do with how many partners they've had. I myself have been with quite a bit of people in my time when I was single, and I have no STDs. So therefore, whoever you are in the comments, there's your answer. If that wasn't clear, clean them ears out. Thank you. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem. And I'm glad you cleared that up. That's actually kind of important. Guys, come on. Guys, in the comments, let's have some sense of self. Let's
Thank you.
really. Anyway, Alondra, welcome. How are you?
Hi, thank you for having me up. So I totally understand that men care about body count. Why? I don't understand why, but I understand that they do. But I wanted to genuinely ask you,
Hmm.
so what should a woman do um for pleasure, right? Because we're sexual beings just like men are, whether men want to admit it or not. We care about pleasure. So while we're waiting for, the man that hopefully we're gonna marry and spend the rest of our lives with, how should we satisfy our needs? Assuming that men are still gonna sleep around.
Okay. Hmm. One quick thing before I address that. Loose is basically what I'm referring to is when I say loose, guys, it's about you're just very open with your body, right? Whether it's you're going all the way, not all the way, You're just freely drinking, no real sense of self care. You're just loose with it. Whatever happens, happens, right? Some may call that being a free spirit, but you're putting yourself in not safe environments. Back to your question, you're wondering about what an individual should do when there are men who are having sex, right? And you as a woman are trying to remain chaste, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I'm just curious what would be acceptable to a man, right? Because women, we have sexual needs and we want them satisfied. So how can we satisfy them without, losing a man's respect, so to speak?
Okay. Um, Interesting question. Well, first and foremost, uh, the group of men that you may be assuming are out here having sex, they're not. The far majority of men don't get sex. Um, so just to dispel that for you, so maybe that could help ease the tension of having to be chaste, right? There are a lot of men who just don't have access to sex, right? So they still want it, they just can't get it. For whatever reasons, they're not attractive enough to women, they're not socially adept, etc., etc. Now, what an individual could do, because it has nothing to do with sex, doesn't matter whether you're male or female, well, you practice abstinence, right? You remain chaste. And then the way in which to solve that is to get married, enter into commitment with somebody so you can have all the sex you want with the, expected safety and trust of a committed partner.
You say that like getting married is so easy, right? So we'd all be
Well,
married, at least
well,
those who want it.
it's not as hard as we make it out to be. The issue is that for a lot of us, we've completely forgotten the purpose of marriage. We all think it's supposed to be about happiness and, well, it's supposed to be fulfilling to me and make me happy and me and me and me, and inherently there lies the problem, right? A lot of people look at marriage and all they're thinking about is I. Marriage was never about I. Never. So when we begin to remember that marriage is not about I, and it's about a we, and even greater than just we, but it's about a community of people, right? That's typically what it's going to inevitably affect and be a part of. You see it differently. And when you see it differently, it becomes a lot easier to enter into because your priorities change, your expectations change, your requirements change. And with all those things changing, the type of people you look for also changes. So the reality is, it's not as difficult as we tend to make it. We as human beings just like to make our lives far more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that notion that marriage should be about we. But and I understand that men care about body count, but the only issue that I have with that is, um, it's like it's men denying that women have sexual pleasure, sexual desires, right? That we want to be pleasured sexually, because a lot of men, not you because you're different, but a lot of men think it's okay for them to sleep around, but it's not okay for her to sleep around,
Mm-hmm.
and that suggests that they don't care about a woman's sexual needs, right? That if a woman does go out and satisfy her sexual needs, now she's promiscuous, now she's loose. Um, Even though it's so perfectly fine for them to satisfy their sexual needs.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that even men are known to be selfish lovers, and I feel like that it's extending now to women that they aren't even with. They're selfish and they think it's okay for them to satisfy their needs, but if we satisfy our needs, we're looked at badly.
Well, you do know how to change that, right?
No, that's why I'm asking.
If the collective of women, let's say you had 80% of women, 70% of women of New York, I think we could even go as far as 60. Yeah, I'm going to say this. So if 6 in every 10 women, right, decided if you as a man were out here in these streets, we would not give you the time of day. So if we heard that you had, slept with some friend that I knew or some lady of a friend of a friend of a friend, you don't get my number. You don't get to talk to me. You don't get any access to me whatsoever. You are immediately disqualified as a potential husband. That will change the double standard very, very quickly.
That
The
would never
problem is
happen.
this.
I'm sorry, go on.
Exactly. And that's the problem, right? The majority of women don't find men being promiscuous as that big of an issue to make that decision collectively in order to change the state of things.
Yeah, I actually posed the opposite, right? When I was discussing this with someone else, I said if men stopped having sex, then women would have no choice, right? Because if women stop having sex, then unfortunately we will see an increase in SA, right? But if it was the opposite, men are stronger than women, right? So there, if men stopped sleeping around, then women would have no choice. They in turn would stop having sex.
Yeah, I can see that. But here's where we can't ignore who's having the problem with it.
Who has the problem?
The women.
But do they? We're
Yes,
talking to a woman right now in the chat who doesn't.
because the reason why we're having a discussion right now is that you have a woman here who said this notion of um, men being able to be promiscuous and it being a double standard is a problem. That's the problem. So it still lies on the women to change it because they're seeing the problem that they want fixed.
I genuinely believe that if enough men cared about this, this is a man's world, whether men want to admit it or not, right? There are men who cry, "Oh,
No, but
the
you missed
system."
no, Alondra, you missed the point. You missed the point.
No, I
The
heard
men,
exactly what you
it's
said,
not
but
a
you didn't let me
matter of
finish.
hold on. It's
Please
not
let
a
me
matter of
finish.
the men. Hold on. It's not a matter of the men caring. The men don't have a reason to care. See, one of the things that a lot of women tend to, I don't know if it's something that you guys aren't told anymore or have never been told. I don't know. But women collectively, you guys have a lot of power in society. Specifically, you have a lot of power to affect how men as a whole operate. But it needs to be done as a group. It can't be done one woman here, one woman there. You guys have to do it collectively. Not all, just the majority needs to decide on a thing. And the majority of men will fall in line.
Yes, I totally hear what you're saying, but I think the problem with that issue is, and men just refuse to understand is, women are sexual beings as well. We don't want to have to wait till marriage either. We want the day. We want it. Now, we can still be respectful and respect our bodies with it, but the idea that all women can come together and say we're not going to have sex anymore, well, that would punish us too, right? And we don't want to be punished. That would harm us in the sense that we're going back to the old days where we couldn't be sexual beings, where that was looked at as bad. What we want to come to is a healthy understanding that yes, it's okay to have sexual desires and to satisfy them to an extent for both men and women.
We men are not against the idea of women having sexual desires. We are very aware of this. But you're not going to change our our makeup as men. We don't find promiscuous women attractive when it comes to marriage. We just don't. The same way you'll find
You
most
don't.
women,
Not all men.
the
You
same
don't.
way you'll find most women will not look a man's way if he doesn't have a certain level of financial success, status, health, care, etc., etc. Is it not true? So if one
Unfortunately,
is
there are
true
some
You're
women.
on one
generalizing. This
side,
is
it's
such
going
a
to be true for
generalization.
another. But we could only have conversation in generalities. That's all I do.
Unfortunately, there are so many women today that that'll fuck with dusty men. So I'm not sure how true that is.
And mindful of the language, please.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Um, if women are going to sleep with dusty men, that sounds like a big issue. Why would a woman want to sleep with a guy that's worthless? That's weird to me.
Again, it's about pleasure. Those,
So,
unfortunately,
hold on.
those
So let me
dusty
ask you
men are
this
the
then.
ones that
Hold
know
on.
how
So
to,
women are so
you know.
down bad sexually that they'll sleep with worthless men and risk getting pregnant by them? That's in essence what you're telling me.
Well, I don't think that there's risk if you're. I mean, the risk is very minimal if you're having safe sex. Is what I would say to that. Now, if you're not having safe sex, then that's a whole other topic. But if you're having safe sex, then the assumption is that you're going to be okay.
Okay,
It's very rare that if you're practicing safe sex that you're getting pregnant. Most pregnancies are due to unsafe sex.
let me ask a follow up here then. Um, what what happened to having standards then
Standards.
for the women that are so down bad that they're willing to sleep with worthless men? Why are they throwing away their standards?
Well, I can explain, and I would say is what I think it is for men. A man's standards for who he wants to sleep with is very different than a man's standards for who he wants to marry. So the men that we want to marry often are not the men that's going to satisfy us when we're looking for just sex. It's unfortunately the men who we wouldn't marry. Those are the men that know how to actually satisfy us in bed. Why? I have no idea, but
But
that's
that
just the way it is.
this still didn't answer my question. Why
So
are
the
women
standards are different.
lowering?
My standards, if I want to go out, for me for
No, no,
example, right?
but not you specifically, because you
But if
mentioned
I want, but
women.
if a woman
You
wants to,
mentioned a group of women, so let's stick it
okay,
with the
fine.
group of women, not you personally. Why
Women
are
want to
they?
women want to sleep with men that they believe are going to satisfy them because let's be honest, a lot of women don't have O's, right? They don't have orgasms from sex. So their standards are when they're looking for a sexual partner is he going to satisfy me sexually? Whereas their standards for when looking for a husband is he a provider, right? Is he going to be a good father? Those are different things, just like it is
Okay,
for men.
so how does a woman vet for this prior to having sex?
There are I mean I can't speak for all women, but there are certain stereotypes that I would say most women follow, right? Height, the size of his feet, the size of his hands, the way he talks, right? You can kind of tell just from the conversation whether or not he's more selfish. um so things like that. And then some women just take chances, like a woman who goes to a bar and hooks up with a stranger. She's taking a chance. I would never do that, but she's taking a chance on whether or not he's actually going to satisfy her.
So okay, so what we have now is what you're saying is we just have a group of women who are who have become slaves to their sexual desires, and it's so
um
bad that they're willing to sleep and risk pregnancy with worthless men who wouldn't have the characteristics or qualities to father the child if a
Word
child
twisting.
came out of that interaction.
Well, I don't like to use the word slaves. I think it's insulting to real slaves. So I wouldn't say that they're slaves to women, to their bodies. I would just say that they are, for once in society, right? And they care about their sexual desires and they're gonna go satisfy them. And again, the odds of getting pregnant are very low if you are having safe sex.
Okay. And do you find that this sort of behavior is benefiting women as a whole?
If they have an orgasm, sure.
Are the majority of women having orgasms?
I genuinely I don't know. Like these women that have
It's
sex casually,
nobody's business.
I would think that they're enjoying the sex. I would think that, and I would hope that a woman who is sleeping around is enjoying the sex that she's getting. Otherwise,
Okay.
what's the point?
Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out is what's the point? Because it doesn't seem as though from when you look at, the voice of women as a whole, it doesn't seem like sleeping around is getting them a good result. They may be getting the sex, but it seems to be coming at a very big cost.
I feel like it's kind of like, imagine if you ate the same thing your entire life. If all you ate was just spaghetti constantly, how would you ever know if something else was going to satisfy your desires, or if maybe you enjoyed some tacos too every now and then? You know what I mean? So if you just are limiting yourself to just that, either that one partner or whatever, like, or you just one person you've been with, how are you going to know what really satisfies you or what you enjoy? Like, I just think this whole topic is so wild to me. The fact that anyone, male or female, is being shamed for having consensual adult intercourse. Like,
Well,
I just,
does
the whole
anybody
thing is
here
wild.
feel shamed? I'm not
Say that
shaming
again?
anyone. Does anyone here feeling shamed? I'm just asking
I
what
mean,
the benefit is.
why shouldn't someone not feel shamed when you literally earlier said, oh, you're unappealing to us? So how do you think that's going to make someone feel if you say, oh, you're unappealing to me because you've slept with too many people? What kind of feeling are they going to feel then?
Okay, in in that case, if they felt shame, then, well, no, hold on. If me saying that causes them to feel shame, then the shame that they feel indicates that they have some sort of issue with what they were doing. Because if they didn't have any issue with what they were doing, they wouldn't feel shame because of what I said.
No, that's not true. That's basically like saying that, like, oh, and as hard as we may try to be, positive with the way that we feel or whatever, if someone continuously tells you, oh, you're so ugly, your teeth are bad, you smell bad, this and that, even if you know that's not true, that's eventually going to start hurting you and affecting you. So if you're continuously telling these people, oh, you're not attractive to me because of who you've slept with, even though they may not be bothered by what they've done, they're feeling some type of way because you're making them feel less than for something that they have done.
You have to have a correction on that because it's not a matter of attraction. It's
What does unappealing
you're
mean?
not appealing to me for the sake of marriage. Because men will still sleep with women who are promiscuous. They just won't marry these women. And the problem that the women are having is that they still want to be married. The men will still sleep with you. You can still get your sexual pleasure from a man. But the women's concern is not getting sexual pleasure because getting sex for women is easy. What's hard for women is getting married. And that's where they're finding the issue between, well, I can be very promiscuous, but the more promiscuous I become, the more difficult it becomes for me to find marriage because the men who are marriage minded don't like promiscuity. They don't work together.
And I guess that's what my ultimate thing is I just keep going back to my same point. Like, can you imagine meeting someone? Let's say you met someone, you thought they were amazing, you had crazy feelings about them, you were head over heels for them, and then later in life, after you guys have been together, a few months, whatever, it just happens to come up that maybe they had a decent amount of people they slept with in the past. Are you suddenly just going to drop them or suddenly change all of your feelings because of what they did in the past? Like, if they're not hurting you, if they're not bringing you an STD, if they're not causing you some kind of harm by that, imagine that. Changing your feelings just because of someone doing something innocent. Like, that's what is so crazy about this whole thing, is like, who cares? Like, it should be about your feelings about that person, not what they have done with other people in the past, other conversations they've had, other whatever. Like, it's mind blowing. Like, it's like you're equating it to, like, it's like sex. Like our guest here in the box has said, we all have desires. So why are these people being, I'm not going to use the word shame because every time I say that goes in a whole nother direction, but why are people being ostracized because they've had multiple partners, so suddenly they're unmarriable? Like, that's wild to me. Like, that is so wild to me, because let's look at people that, like, let's look at successful businesswomen that may be CEOs of companies or whatever. So they may have slept with 100 women. That seems like a damn good person to marry to me, some successful badass person. But because they've slept with a lot of people, who cares? I don't.
Well, that's just it, right? Men who are looking for women to marry, we don't look for the same things that women look for in men. We look for different things. And that's what we find a lot of women have a hard time with, is the reality that what I'm looking for as a woman and a man, men aren't looking for in us as women.
I think the issue is we don't affect what you guys want, and I'll explain. Um, we want providers, right? We don't do anything to make you guys not be providers. Whereas you guys want to chase women, but you guys literally devalue women by sleeping with them. You're
Ooh, okay.
hypocrites in that sense. You are creating the loose women that you don't want because not you, because you men cannot control your sexual urges like you want us to do.
Mm-hmm.
You are devaluing every woman you sleep with that you
Mm-hmm.
don't plan on marrying.
Okay. So
Exactly.
if every man who sleeps with a woman is devaluing her, why is she allowing herself to be devalued? Because
Right
no
now, we're
man,
focusing on the men. Let's focus on the men
hold
first, and
on,
then we can
hold
answer that.
on, hold on, hold on. Because no man can sleep with a woman unless she allows it. Otherwise, it's forced and that's wrong. So we can't ignore the woman allowing it to happen. If you know as a woman that a man sleeping with you devalues you, then why are you letting yourself be devalued? Answer
It
that.
the issue is because this is something
That's
new.
not what
I'm
she meant.
28 years
Word
old.
twisting again.
No,
I'm
it's no,
28
no,
years
no.
old.
It's not word twisting.
Listen, Cyrus, I'm 28 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and in the last 2 years, I promise you, this is something new. Men saying that a woman can't have more than 5 body counts. I promise, I would bet everything I have in my bank account that this is a new rhetoric that men have created. 10 years ago, men were not talking about this as a whole on social media and all of these things. So it's something new. So
No,
everything that we've done before 2 years ago, we literally had no idea
it's
as a
not something.
whole
It's
that
not
we were
something new.
letting men devalue us because because this is new. I'm telling you, it's new. I'm a woman,
No, no.
and I promise you,
The
this is
inform
a new rhetoric.
hearing. It's not rhetoric. Men have
This is a
always felt
new
this way.
stance. This is a new
No,
stance that
it's
men
not a
have that,
new.
It's
oh, sleep
very
It's
in
much
not,
with.
rhetoric.
Alondra. It is not a new stance. There's nothing new about it.
It's very new.
No, it's not. What's new is this is the first time that men collectively are having a shared voice in the social sphere. The social sphere of society has historically and will continue to be dominated by women's voices. This is the first time in which men are actually carving out a space to share what
Coming from a country
they
that refuses
want,
women presidents.
Okay,
right?
that's perfectly fine, Cyrus. So
So
because
that,
this is the first time,
Hold on, Alondria. So that is what's new. What men have wanted, which is chaste women, virgin women, purity, has always been a thing, and it will forever be a thing. That's not going to change
Doesn't make it right.
because it's not going to change because women don't like how it feels. There was a point in time when women as a whole understood this. There's countries now that understand it. This is just a problem in the West. They understand that, listen, if I as a woman want to have the best options in a husband, it's not a smart decision to be for the streets. It's simple math. If X is what I want and doing ABC pulls me further away from X, I don't do ABC. That's it.
I totally hear what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, you just admitted that you didn't agree specifically, but we are in agreement that this is new in terms of men having the space to voice their concerns. So because this is new, you guys coming together as a collective whole to voice those concerns, everything that we did before then, we didn't realize or recognize that we were devaluing ourselves. Because if that was the case, a lot more women would remain chaste because they do want to get married and they do want to be wives and have families. But what we see in TV, growing up on TV, women were having sex. Women were having sex with men, and it wasn't a problem. What we saw in society wasn't that we needed to be chaste. It wasn't that there was no number put on it. And if you're saying there was, I would say you're being a word that I hate to hear, but I'll use it, disingenuous, because this is something new. Even if men have always felt this way, men voicing this and this new mentality that we're hearing on social media and stuff, this is new. So now that it's new and now that you men have come to this collective agreement, yes, you men need to stop devaluing women
No,
and
no,
women
no,
need to stop letting
no.
themselves be devalued.
Hold on. No, no.
Well, something
It's
I'll
not.
add to that too is
It's
I
not
think
a. One
ultimately,
moment, Samuel. It's
sure.
not a collective agreement. It's always been. You're speaking on this as though men have somehow came together and decided, guys, this is our standard for women now. No, That's always been it. There was a time where your aunties and your mothers and the women of your community would tell the younger women this and encourage it. Somewhere down the line, that changed.
Exactly.
But the information was always there, and the men have always been this way. What changed was the information from older women didn't get passed on to younger women. So it doesn't boil down to the men. You're always going to have men who just want to use a woman's body. And they are the minority of men because a great number of men are not even appealing to women in order to have access or the potential of having access of sex. That's the issue. It's not that all the men are here and they all have this access. They don't. It's a minority of men, and those minority of men will continue to exist. They existed 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. What is different is that the women understood this. They knew, hey, there are men like this, and they will make use of our bodies, and that won't work well for us if it is that we want marriage. That has always been a thing. So what it boils down to is the women needing to ask other women, older women, hey, what happened? Why did we have to wait until men learned to make podcasts to hear that living this way was not beneficial for me if I wanted to get married and have a best chance at a great guy?
Well, what I will say, kind of going off of what I was going to say earlier, is one, building off of what the point you just said is, I don't think women need to be educated by us to know what women need for themselves. But also, I will just say ultimately, and this is kind of what I always say when it comes to this body count argument, I truly believe that anyone, no matter what gender, is bothered by body count is frankly a reflection on your own insecurities, because if you're bothered by someone else's body count, that to me screams that you're just worried that, oh, maybe there was someone else before that was better than you or more, satisfying than you, or X, Y, and Z. Because if you truly care about that person, who they have slept with in the past should mean nothing to you. I could not tell you the amount of people my fiance has slept with in the past. I don't care, because when we got together, I knew that he was clean as far as STD wise, and he loved me and cared for me, and that was it. If he had been with 1,000 people before, I could care less. He's a wonderful person, and that's all people should care about, is the person they are speaking to and who they are. Who they have slept with and what they have enjoyed in the past is nobody's business. So if you're insecure about it, it's your own abilities you're insecure about.
And it has
Yeah,
nothing to do with,
there is some
it
truth in that,
has,
whether
hold
men want
on,
to admit it or
it
not.
has
Thank
absolutely
you,
nothing to
Alondria.
do with insecurity.
Seems like it does.
It is, and I
No,
can explain, right? There's
because
this idea, there's
here's the
this
thing.
fear of telling.
Here's the thing. To be insecure means you've pulled me out of being secure, right? You meet me as a person. I'm already secure in who I am. I'm just telling you what I don't want. That's it. So if a woman wants a man who's making 70K a year and I don't make 70K a year, am I supposed to call her insecure because she just wants what she wants? That's foolish.
That's not comparable. I'm sorry, Cyrus.
But it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Judging someone on what they
It's
can
a
provide for
decision.
you in your relationship is different than judging someone what they've done for you in the past. If you want someone to be a provider, that's different than saying, oh, I'm sorry, you've slept with more people than I probably have, so now I'm jealous, so you're, this or that, I can't be with you. But
There's
it's okay for
no
me to go stick my thing in whatever the hell I want to.
there's
Like,
no
hell
jealousy
no.
in it because here's the thing. Women get ran through. Men don't. There's no jealousy in it.
Oh,
Cyrus, I've never heard you speak like that. I'm sorry.
ran
You took me back a
through.
But
little.
it's true.
Wow.
I'm taking you back.
Is that not what's
Cyrus, can
happening
I
though?
ask you this? Cyrus, can I ask you this? And I'm
Wait,
not
before
talking
you
about.
ask the question though,
If that's who's doing, if women are
isn't
getting
that
ran
what's
through, who's running through
happening?
them? The men, so shame on them.
The men's
Sure,
doing it, but
women are
who's
getting run
allowing
through.
it? The woman is. So it
Sure.
goes back to what she initially said when it came to women knowing that men sleeping with them is devaluing them. And my question was, since women know this, why continue to allow men to devalue them?
And my
She
answer
still hasn't
was,
answered.
I gave you an answer. I gave you an answer, Cyrus. TikTok is new. This is the first time
in my life and in my 28 years that I am hearing on a wide scale, on a large scale, that um that a woman should not have more than, and the number I hear a lot is 5 body counts. I am telling you, Cyrus, I have never heard that before 2021. I have never heard that. I'm being nice by saying 2021. It's really 2022, but I've never heard that. So that's why, because we don't know. But can I ask you this?
Okay,
Do you
so
think men in
just to
general,
clarify, hold on, just to clarify. So the reason why women have been and continue to allow men to devalue them by using them for sex is because they didn't know any better prior to.
we did
I
not
think the
know, we did
misconstruing of
not.
her words is
Hold on,
so
Samuel.
sad.
No, I'm trying to
What I'm
understand.
saying is sexual liberation, women having sexual desire and satisfying those desires was not viewed negatively when we were growing up, the millennials. Because I think that's the population affected by this, right? Our grandmothers stopped telling us. So millennials on, um, millennials and Gen Z, sort of, and some of Gen Z, we weren't told this. There was no growing up saying, "Oh, like back in the day, right in 1800s, you had to be
No,
chaste."
hold
They
on.
were they were verifying.
So when you were in high school, you didn't know that sleeping around wasn't good?
That was not a thing. That was not a thing. A woman being
Okay, so
chaste in order to.
where you grew up and how you grew up, sleeping around was encouraged and no one had a problem with it, right? From your experience.
It was not a thing at all.
Okay, cool.
Now,
I'm not denying your experience. If
obviously,
that's where you grew
sleeping
up,
with
that's how you grew up. I find that to
obviously
be
sleeping with
the
7 men
community lets
at
you
one
know.
time. Obviously, a woman sleeping with 7 men at one time, it's obviously looked at, bad. But
Wait,
in
so you
terms
knew,
of,
hold on. So you knew that though. You knew that doing too many men at one time was a problem.
It's not
yes,
a problem.
but the notion that
No,
if you
Samuel,
have
that is a
sex,
problem.
but the
Just
Sleeping with
admit
notion
it.
whoever
that
you
if
want is
you
not a problem. Numbers don't
But
matter.
Sam, this is what I'm saying, right? That sleeping with a bunch of men at one time is wrong. But the idea that if you are with more than 5 guys by the time you get married, 30 years old, and you've been with more than 5 guys, or 25 years old and you've been with more than 5 guys, that would make you not desirable to a lot of men for marriage. I promise you, Cyrus, that was not a thing. It
Okay,
wasn't a
I
thing.
get that.
Can I ask you one more question? You
Now
have to
your
go.
question, yeah, I get that.
Do you think that men are that some men have insecurities or fear about pleasuring a woman in the bedroom,
Fear about pleasuring a woman in the
or
bedroom
insecurities?
or insecurities. I believe you're bound to find some guy, but that's not something I find is common. No, because sex is something you learn with your wife. You cheat each other. Why would
Sam,
anyone have to be insecure about it? The
Sam, what
whole
do you
Yes,
think?
ma'am.
purpose of being together and being committed is to learn each other's body so that you can please each other sexually.
If you don't care, Alondra, do you care to ask that question one more time? I'll be honest, I was a little distracted. I was responding to someone in the comments who threatened me by saying they were 6'1", as if that's really terrifying.
Do you think that men, on average, have insecurities or fears about how they perform in the bedroom?
I think they absolutely do, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Is that's why they're so bothered by this. If that was not the case, there would be no care. You would not worry about who someone was with before. Again, as long as they were clean and you didn't have to worry about health issues, you would have no concern if you felt confident in your own abilities. But because people are thinking, oh God, maybe that other person was better than me, maybe they were bigger than me, maybe they were stronger than me, maybe they had this or that. That's why you're so tore up about the body count. Like, otherwise, why would you care what your body count is or what hers is? Just enjoy who you're with. Don't worry about people's business in the past.
And I think that's an issue that women, I can't speak for all women, but I think that's an issue that women generally don't have, right? Like even me, right?
Mm, it
I don't
actually
have
sounds like you ladies have more of the issue because
well,
so
let me finish.
far your entire
Women
Um,
aren't the
concern
ones
has
having
been
lives about
I,
around.
body count.
Hold on,
um,
no, hold
even
on. I'm
me,
gonna
I
finish
don't
this.
have,
Hold on, Alondra. I'm gonna finish this because your whole conversation right now has been about its focus has been on whether a man is going to please me or not. Not about, am I going to even find a good man? What does a good man look like? How can I get a good man? What should I look for in the bad man so that I avoid them? Your primary concern has been about your sexual pleasure.
Well, that's the
That in
topic.
itself is troubling for a woman who says she wants to, she's interested in looking for a marriage.
Cyrus, that's the
Be-
topic. We
You're
when the
discussing two
topic was
different
about
points though.
the top when the topic I've been on your show before, and when the topic was about what to look for, we talked about that. I'm trying to stay on
uh-huh.
topic here. So please don't make me out to be this, crazy.
No, I'm not making you out to be
I'm
crazy.
staying on topic, and that's the
I'm
topic.
not making you to be crazy. I'm just pointing out the.
I
I
came
think
up
you have to
here to
acknowledge
point out.
the
mindsets. If someone is in the
emphasis.
mind to look for a partner to marry, then obviously they're going to change what they're doing. Like when I met my significant other, I changed my behavior. I decided, okay, I'm ready to focus on him because this is someone I like. Before I had met him and was interested in settling down, I was more interested in the hookup culture. So it's all about mindset. If a woman or a man is in the mindset to meet someone to marry, they're obviously going to adapt their behaviors. But if you're just living your single life, then there's nothing wrong with doing that as long as, again, I cannot say it enough. It's like, period. Like, what does it matter?
It matters to men. That's just it.
It matters to
Thank you
you.
so much for having me up,
No,
Cyrus. You have a great
no
night.
problem, Landra. Thank you. No, Samuel, it matters to men who are interested in women. It matters.
So every man in the world cares about someone else's body count.
The majority of men have a big
I mean, how
issue with
sad.
this.
Imagine the
Yes.
men that have missed out on fabulous women because of caring about her past, and that's pretty pathetic.
It's not
So
sad at all because there
I
are
think it's
plenty
pretty
of
sad.
there.
I think it's
No,
very sad.
no, because there are plenty of great women in the world, and a lot of them have been very respectful with their body.
So are
So
you
if a
saying women
man
can't be
doesn't,
great that have high body counts?
I'm not saying that they can't be. I'm saying that if a
So why
man
are they not
chooses,
desirable?
if a
What's
man
wrong with them?
doesn't want a woman who has been promiscuous, then that's fine. He can go and find a woman who
Does
So
hasn't
it's
been, who's
okay if
just
that
as
guy
great.
was promiscuous, though. So the woman
does
should accept him for being
No, hold
promiscuous.
on. No, Samuel, that's up to the woman. If the woman decides that a man who has been promiscuous is a problem, she should not accept him and she should find another man.
so then it goes both ways then.
Never said it didn't.
Well, but men seem to be having a really big issue about it, and I
That's
actually
right.
agree with the girl before is that
Oh,
like this wasn't really a thing. Like a lot of people, I mean, yeah, obviously, of course, there were opinions about it, but it wasn't as widespread on the internet, you know. And I mean, also, I don't really think it's fair to place who sleeps with someone as a actual like their value.
Of
You know,
course.
we're on a floating rock in space. I don't think it's really fair to really determine whose value is what just because they've slept with people.
And that's what
Because,
intelligence looks like. Shout out to you.
well, and also, I mean, you know, I don't, you know, I mean, it's if men look at it as a woman being like loose or unclean or whatever, but a man is like, you know, playing dipping into all kinds of women's body parts. I mean, that doesn't really sound very clean either. So I just think it kind of goes
Hmm.
both ways. And
yeah.
I just think that like, you know, I feel like that, you know, we only have like
Let me
one life for
interject
like
on that right
I
there.
just think no,
One
but
moment,
also
Kelly.
I
No, one
think that
moment, Kelly. Kelly, one moment.
wait,
I
please,
want
I'm
to
almost
interject.
done. I promise. I'm almost
No,
done,
one
please.
moment, Kelly.
It's not fair to
No,
interrupt,
Kelly,
please. I've
Kelly,
been very
Kelly.
polite.
A man
I
silencing
don't
a
do
woman.
that here. I don't do that here. And yes, this is a man silencing a woman. I am hosting the show. If I need to stop someone, I will stop someone. It just is how it is here.
But you stop people when you hear what you don't like and you don't let them finish.
No,
I'm almost done, I promise.
I stop people when I feel the need to interject.
What but
That's
I
it.
mean I think
If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You're free to go on hundreds of thousands of
but I
lives,
mean
right?
any host even in Q&As and lives and public speaking,
I
they let someone speak
I
first
get
before
it.
they're interrupted.
I get it. And I'm welcoming you guys to how I run things here. I'm letting you guys know. I do it differently. I'm very respectful. I give people space to talk, but when I do need to interrupt, I interrupt.
Okay, so can I finish when you're done interrupting?
Of course you can. Of course
Okay,
you can.
then go ahead.
Jeez. Okay. Right. First of all, Kelly, hi. How are you? Welcome. You just kind of jumped in there. No introduction. No greeting of each other. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty okay. How are you?
Awesome. I'm not too bad. I actually have a pretty good conversation today. Okay. You guys are entertaining today. Um, I see you, Kevin. I'll bring you up. You know what? Boy, continue. Go ahead, Kelly.
I was just going to say, I think right now with the state of the world and everything, I think there's bigger issues to talk about than being concerned with someone if they've had a high body count or not. There's kind of bigger fish to fry, and I think just kind of, I know you want to like have an opinion, and obviously that's fine, and we all are entitled to opinions and spreading awareness if we think something should be talked about. But I think that there's so much bigger stuff going on right now in the world that
Mm-hmm.
this is so minuscule compared to what's really going on. People have been sleeping with each other since the dawn of time, and right now we're struggling as a whole. And I think that there's just bigger issues to talk about than who's doing what and how many people are going inside and out if they slept with the entire Empire State Building. I just think that you
Oof.
know there's a bigger fish to fry right now than just how many people have been in each other's beds.
Well, I would say this is one of the big fishes to fry, actually, because what you'll notice is society is collapsing because of the lack of, well, families, right? Family values, family structures. And one of the things that, well, gets a family together is a good man finding a good woman, right? And what you'll find is
Or just two people
the
loving each other.
majority, no. And Samuel, I'm going to ask you to stop interjecting like that. It's actually throwing off the conversation. Um, what you'll find is that a lot of men, right, especially those who are marriage minded, who are family minded, um, they don't find promiscuous women appealing for marriage. They just don't. And the simple fact that we're having this breakdown of the family trickles out into everything. Everything. From wages to education to how we deal with society as a whole. Because you wouldn't have a society if you couldn't have a family. You need to have a family first before you can have a village, and a village in turn a community, and from there in turn a town, a city, etc., etc. And it trickles out from there. And the bigger society gets, the more governance it requires, and those governance need to cater to the greater good of the people. But when we throw away the value of family and the family unit, well, government begins to change as well, right? Governance begins to change. And unfortunately, what we're seeing now is chaos ensuing.
I understand.
And you can look at this as you bring it back down to the promiscuity of men and women. And unfortunately, women are bearing the brunt of this because you ladies hold and maintain access to sex.
But that's not fair when a man cheats. That takes two to
But
tango, doesn't
we're
it?
not, it does. And that man cheating in many cases is sleeping with another woman. And in a number of cases, that woman is with a man. Women and men cheat around the same ratio. It's not that big
Right.
of a difference.
I understand, but I mean, promiscuity has been since the dawn of time.
Yes, but we're
Fam,
talking about promiscuity prior to marriage. The idea that just going out here and just giving your body to any Tom, Dick, or Harry is somehow
are,
beneficial
are
outside of
you
pleasure.
religious at all?
I'm Muslim.
Okay. Um,
And I'll
so
preface that, hold on, because I know where you're going to go with it. Everything that I'm saying here, and I say this every live to you guys, everything that I'm saying here is observable reality. It's about what works on a very practical level as human beings. If there's anything that I'm going to preach or mention to you that is specific to my religion, I will tell you. Islamically, XYZ. If I'm going to tell you something that I believe is just personally my opinion, and I have no real grounds for this whatsoever in reality and or what other people are doing, that I will tell you. For me personally, XYZ.
okay. I guess I don't understand why do people who host lives like this, why do you guys never preach that men and women should not be loose. Like it's always about just a woman being loose, but it's never ever talking about a man being loose, you know? Because
Part of
men
the
can be loose
reason,
too.
oh yes, there are a lot of men who are community D, and it's disgusting. It's actually a waste of that man's life. Unfortunately, what we have in our society is that women bear the heavier burden of that sort of behavior. And in addition to that, women also face the consequences should a pregnancy arise. In addition to that, no man could ever have sex unless a woman allows it because women gatekeep sex, right? In addition to that, with this whole scenario, women are facing more of the trauma and damage and hurt in this sort of society than the men are, right? You're not finding a bunch of men online saying, this woman, she just used me. She didn't commit to me. I wanted marriage, but I never. No. You're seeing women on lives crying their hearts out. She put in, year after year with this man only for him to leave. She found a man. She thought he was great. He told her everything she wanted to hear. Then he bounced after he got sex with her. It's damaging women
I mean, that's
tremendously.
That could
that's
happen to anybody, though. It could literally
but
happen
No,
to
but
a
it's no,
virgin.
then
Samuel.
that
No, it's
kind of
not
sounds
happening to
like
anybody. It's
but then
happening
that
to
kind of
women.
sounds like that's the man's fault to doing that to her, correct?
Exactly.
The men who do this are 100% problematic. 100%. But here's the issue. Those men will never be able to do that if the women didn't allow it. Well,
So
one
So
moment. Do you
again, you're
understand
women
that?
blaming, though.
Yes,
But you
because
gotta
women.
understand, like what he said,
Yes, he
One
women
said.
moment, Kevin.
gatekeep.
One moment, Kevin. I'm gonna bring you in. Kelly, if we have a faucet, right, and it's leaking, it's running water, and we have a problem that it's running water, it's bad. Okay, cool. How do we stop it? We shut it off at the source. Women are the source for sex. We're always going to have bad men
Takes two to
who are,
tango.
we're always going, Samuel, I'm going to have to bring you down if you keep doing that. Please stop. If we're going to always have men throughout society who are always going to look for women that they can use for sex. The whole purpose here is to minimize that. And the best way to minimize that is to stop it at the source. Women are the source. So the better question is, why do women not want to turn off the faucet? Why do you guys want to keep opening your legs for shitty men?
so why would God then allow in the Bible men to have hundreds of wives and prostitutes if promiscuity was bad and marriage is between one man and one woman?
So why can a man get 100 women pregnant in a year, and why can a woman only be pregnant once in a year? Can you
I
explain
mean,
that?
that's a biological, just basic.
Well, exactly. A man wants to spread his DNA as much as possible,
But
biological
isn't marriage supposed
basis.
to be, quote, between one man and one woman, correct? And you're also supposed to do it between just one man and one woman, right? If we're talking about marriage.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about here, marriage, and the title says a recipe for being single. So we have to understand the dated marketplace we're in. 80% of women are chasing 20% of men, and when men get something easy, do you expect a man to commit to you? Think about
I
it.
mean, I mean, men are pretty easy too.
Cyrus talked about this before. Women gatekeep sex, so yes, men. You can say men are easy if you want.
I would say so. If they're pretty, like, easily
What?
convinced to have sex
Okay.
with someone, I would say that means
One,
you're
we're going
pretty
to address
easy.
that. We're going to address that. But Samuel, thank you so much for coming up. I'm going to flip you out. Appreciate the conversation.
Oh, so you're silencing me because I'm the against what you're saying. I see. So get rid of who is going against you. That makes a lot of sense.
Right. That's what you got out of that. Okay. You guys do realize how long he's been up here, right? And how many times he's interjected into the various conversations, but somehow I'm getting rid of him. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
You.
That's good. One moment, staff. So,
Okay.
Kelly, do you understand what I was telling you about turning it off at the source? If men are easy and you women are valuable, which you are, why do you devalue yourself with shitty men who don't have the decency to marry you before they lay with you.
How is anyone supposed to know that unless they're a psychic?
You demand marriage.
Well, that's not always, the case. You can't
Um,
force someone to just hand you a ring.
no, but that's why you vet the men and you don't just sleep with whatever man comes around because you think he's cute or he takes you on a trip and flashes some money on you. You do know that a man spending money on you outside of marriage is not an investment in you or the relationship. It's just the cost to have sex with you or to have you around.
Isn't that then a form of prostitution?
Bingo.
But isn't that kind of what most men do then?
Mm-hmm. And do you see the problem?
Then it's kind of both people, isn't it?
But do you see the problem?
Not really.
So you don't see prostitution being enacted in society on a large scale as a problem?
But whose fault is that?
No,
Men's.
hold on. I'll give it to you. It's the men's fault. Do you see it as a problem though?
I mean, yes.
Okay, so if it's a problem and you can see it, why are women supporting the problem? It's men's fault. I'll give it to you. 100%. We're meant to lead, set the example. But why are women still participating in something that is bad?
Because if it's viewed as that way, it's been instilled in men and women for a very long time. It's been taught by people that that's what you should do or whatever.
But it hasn't been instilled enough for you to not see it as bad. You still see it as bad. So you still have the choice to not participate as women, correct?
I mean, but some people might not know any better either.
No, hold on. You do see it, right? You do have personal autonomy. Women aren't dumb. Women are not any less intelligent than men. I'd argue most women are more intelligent than men, to be honest. So the question is, why would women still participate in something that is inherently prostitution?
I don't know.
And that's something to think about. And that's why this matters. Because yes, men set the example for society. Men are meant to lead society, 100%. But we still cannot discredit that women have autonomy and that the leaders of society have led women towards is still bad. It's a form of prostitution. So why are the women going to continue to enter into this form of prostitution when you have the option to opt out of it? Because no one's putting a gun to you ladies' head and saying this is what you need to do.
Then I guess people just need to talk to men and women about, things.
Yeah. And this is me doing my
But
part.
I just would, my last point is I just would also just make it more of an emphasis that it's both men and women, because a lot of people really focus it at that it's, all of the women, So it's both. It takes two to tango. It's not just a man's fault or a woman's fault. It's, if you're going to talk about a subject, you better make sure that it's not blaming one side as a whole.
Before I get Staffson on this, why is it so difficult to just say, hey, women, you're screwing up because you're choosing to enter into prostitution and you can stop it, irregardless of what the men do?
Because I think a lot of people don't really look at it as prostitution.
Okay. Staffs, welcome.
What's up, man? It's been a while.
It's been a minute, man. Hope you're well. What do you have for us?
Um, I wanted to kind of expand on what you were talking about with Kelly there.
Hmm.
I don't agree completely that it's the fault of men and women. And the reason why is because if you look at society as a whole and you look at who is, I guess, unilaterally in control of things, when it comes to like, I guess, military power, politics, and I don't know, capitalism, especially with regards to the patriarchy and stuff, that people always discuss, men generally have most power when it comes to that. But when it comes to who's born and who becomes a father and who has sex, that is almost unilaterally a monopoly when it comes to women, right? Like women control that for the most part. So the reason why I think a lot of women are having a hard time settling down is because they're promoting to the younger generation of women that sleeping around is okay, sex work is to be respected, and all that stuff. And then once they want to get into a relationship, they're like, I want a man who has, I guess, values for himself and values for his body and all this other stuff. And it's kind of confusing to the men, right? Like, you can't have a society where you're basically telling women from the age that they're 15 or whatever, start having sex, that you can sleep with whoever you want, do whatever you want with whoever you want, how many times you want, as long as you're being safe. That's what they say. As long as you're being safe, you can sleep with as many men as many times all you want. And then have another demographic of women that are 10 to 15 years older than those women saying that, oh, now I want to get married and I want a man to be monogamous to me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't make any sense. You're creating a culture where the women that men perceive to be the most physically attractive are the easiest to sleep with. And then you're telling the women that once they get to a certain age and they have their career and whatever, and they're done having their fun and all that stuff, that now they're like, okay, well, like now I want to settle down and what it cares to be have my fun. There's nothing more beneficial to what I guess people would define as a fuckboy than having an entire generation of women be promiscuous. Like, I just don't get it. Like, it only benefits men. Like, if you tell an entire generation of women who are 21, 22, 23, young, attractive, whatever the case may be, hey, sleep with as many people as you want, why would you marry anybody? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I can have a girl that does my laundry, another girl who cooks for me, another girl that sleeps with me, another girl that takes care of my emotional needs, whatever. And these are all things that, at least as far as having sex and having children, those are things that only men who were giving women wedding rings were able to get. And now you can get them without, you don't even have to like meet her parents. Right? So it I don't know, I'm 37, I'm turning 38. It's very funny. I'm seeing a generation of women who are like, where are the good men? And I'm like, well, the real answer is they're sleeping around with the 25-year-old girls that you told to sleep with anyone they want. That's where they are. The only guys that I know that are my age now that are not married are the guys that no woman wants, the ones that are pushing 40 and still live with their mom and they're broke and overweight, and the guys that are enormous players. Like, I don't think they realize what they've done to the dating market with this whole like sexual revolution or whatever, pop a plan B, like abort a baby, whatever, like with that culture. Like, you've created a generation of women who are basically, okay, I'm 22, I'm not going to settle down, I'm just going to sleep around with this guy. And then the women that are older, I guess between 31 and 35, maybe 45, they're trying to marry men that are top tier, guys that are in their mid 30s that have their career, have money, yada, yada, yada. And then and then are like, where are they? And I'm like, well, they're not, they're avoiding you, to be completely honest. Like, they are talking to the women that are younger, and if they want to get married, then that's entirely up to them or whatever, but men generally have control over that. I think it's very strange. I don't think this benefits women, like this whole like hookup culture and all that other stuff. Or what you hear, like you hear women say, oh, like you're oh, these guys don't want to settle down, they're not being serious, yada yada yada. And it's like, you literally told the women that are 5 or 10 years younger than you to not settle down, to just have fun. And it's like, okay, you're telling me that I have to take you on 10 dates and wait 90 days to sleep with you and all this other stuff or whatever. But there's women over here that are 10 years younger than you that will sleep with me just because I'm tall. It's like, what do you think they're going to do? Like, you think they're just going to be like, oh yeah, like I want to get married. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're just going to be, they're going to sleep around until they get tired of it. And I don't know. I just don't see how it benefits. Yeah, I don't see how that benefits the women. Like, all I see is women in my DMs that are 36, 37, 38, 39, like trying to get married or whatever. And I go out like all the time or whatever. And I'm running into women that are 25 that are like, I would love everything but to like, but to marry you, because they're like, quote unquote, I'm not looking for that right now, but I'll sleep with you. And it's like, okay. And then the women turn around and blame the men for this. And I'm just like, you guys literally caused this. Anyway. That's all I wanted to say.
We appreciate it. It's the state of things here in the West. And again, this is something that could only happen in the Western world.
Yeah, I just disagree that it's both. I don't think it's both. Men didn't change. Men have always wanted sex, and as much sex as I guess they could get within the confines of the law, right? So when you create a dating culture where everything is basically free, like get prostitution off the board. It is so easy to get, like, if you're a guy and you have your shit together, it is monumentally easy to get laid, to have sex with a bunch of women, because there's women that are there that don't want to get married either, whatever case may be. And all that does is leave the women that want to have, like, if anyone should be like, I don't like this hoe culture, this sleeping around, it's women that want husbands. You know? I don't know.
Yeah.
And they don't see it. I don't know how they don't see it. I'm like, listen, you are competing with women that are a decade younger than you, that are sleeping with every single guy that they see that's good looking, or has a little bit of clout or whatever case may be. It's like, what do you think he's going to do? Date the girl for 3 months that has all these rules for him and these expectations? You got to open my car door and do this and that or whatever. It's like, when there's 25-year-olds that will sleep with him and like all they need is like a Uber home. It's like, what do you think he's going to pick? Like, what do you think he's going to pick? He's going to choose the girl that,
you're not wrong.
I don't know.
Welcome.
I feel bad for them. I genuinely feel bad for women nowadays. They just, I don't know. They're walking themselves off the plank, man. Like, I don't know.
It's your final disagreement here. It is what it is.
Yeah, if anyone disagrees with me, yeah, feel free. I mean, I don't know.
No, it
maybe
is.
I'm just talking out of my ass, but I'm literally that age. I'm turning 38 this year. I do very well. And I go to these clubs and these bars, and it's literally guys that are between 30 and 50. And all the girls at our table are 22. And then you see the 36-year-old women in the corner, and they're like, wow, like those guys are so immature. And it's like, word, you were literally doing this 10 years ago.
Yeah, I definitely think, Jabari, there's like bigger issues. Like 10 years ago, they're talking about freaking out about overpopulation and things like that. And then we have these movements like radical feminism and different groups. It kind of is all these divides that are being created. And, it's trying to control the population, if you think about it, promiscuous culture. Because by the time they're 30, a woman has 90% less eggs. Let's be real. It's a lot harder to get pregnant
It
when they get
literally,
past 30.
I understand what you mean, but like men are not in the club thinking, oh yeah, like these young girls got the maximum amount of eggs left. Like we don't care about,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's
and
like
exactly for hookups we don't.
you are force feeding. This is gonna sound terrible. They're force feeding whores in the direction of rich tall men, and then being like, don't sleep with all of them, marry me. And it's like, word, like really, I don't think they're gonna do that. Like I think they're just gonna be single and hire a maid and I don't know. I don't know. And just get a girl pregnant, whatever, pay child support. I mean, that's where we're going. It's just like everyone's just single and lives on their own and just hooks up like forever.
For
And then
real.
like, I don't know. I honestly think that it's going to get to the point where the only people that are married are like rich dudes that like chose to settle down after running through, I don't even know how many women. And then women are just kind of men are, and then like I don't know, I guess, and I feel bad for the girls that are like that genuinely watch their body count. They don't sleep around all the time or whatever because they're screwed. Like you meet a guy that's like whatever, tall, good looking, charming, charismatic. He's got connections. He's respected in his field. He's this and that or whatever. It's like, yo, there are 20,000 women that want this guy. I just don't see. And then you have to compete with all these girls that will sleep with him tonight. It's like, bruh, that
Clay,
shit
what do you
must suck.
expect?
That shit must suck. As a woman, that shit must suck. Like you're just kind of like, it's the worst. I don't know.
Hearts and fists.
Yeah. Hi,
Welcome.
Cyrus. Uh, Thank you for
Hearts and
having me.
fists.
Yeah, I don't know your name. How do you want
Sequestered
to be
Heart.
referred to?
You can call me Sequestered Heart. Or no,
Sequestered heart.
just call me Seka.
Seika.
Yeah.
Seika.
Welcome. It's glad to hear you.
Thank you. I Stuffs is that yeah. Look, what you said, I agree with it. Like I can totally. Okay, I won't say I agree, but I can see your perspective. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad if that's how it is, you know, if that's how you see things. And because perhaps, oh, wait, first one question I wanted to ask. This is, do you men have this instinct or this craving or this feeling that you want to have a family and you want to have kids? Like, do you get that?
For sure,
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
All men get
But
that?
yes.
Hmm.
But the pressure isn't there for us like it is for women. Like I can have a kid in 10 years from now if I want.
My uncle had a
Okay.
kid at 65. You know, that's impossible for
Like
a
it's
woman
not
on the
really
menopause.
like if you're a guy and you're good looking and you have money, having kids is like any girl will have your kid. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
It's
mean?
way
It's
more
not like,
intense.
is it a concern? Is it something that I want one day? Sure. But is it like something that I'm like, oh man, I really got to try hard to get this? It's like, no,
Okay, I
What
think
what
I'm
no.
more.
what
I
you'll
mean, like
find
this, like a human, like a sort of like a biological urge that you
what you'll
want to
find,
have
Sika,
kids.
is
Yes,
this.
it's
For
there.
for all
It's there,
men,
but
what you'll find,
generally women
Sika,
want
is
it more
this.
than the men. Go ahead.
Is
Sorry.
that it's an urge that all men have, right? It's actually very rare to come across a man who doesn't want to have a family and children. It's actually very, very rare, even at very young ages, right? As young teenagers, we desire that. However, much like Staff said, we don't have a a time to it, whereas women do. Women have a biological clock. As men, we don't have a biological clock. So the intensity for it is not the same as it is for women because we can do it at any given time. 60s, 70s, we can still get a woman pregnant. 80s, we can still get a woman pregnant.
Yeah, I think now, but women are much more in control of their abilities to reproduce when they want, with whom they
Hmm.
want,
You're
how they
more in
want to,
control
right?
with
Oh, we're
whether a
completely in
child is
control.
born or not.
Women are completely in control, basically, unless we marry someone and we give them the free right over our bodies to impregnate us whenever they will. Wait, hang on a second.
Oh, yeah. I mean, women are definitely in control of
No,
that.
no, we got to clarify that. They're in control of whether the child lives or not whether they get pregnant.
Well, I mean, if they're on birth control, or if they have like an IUD, or if they're using Plan B, or they
Well, no. Look, really, at the end of the
go
day,
that
if a
route.
woman wants to go and get herself pregnant, she can just go and sleep with any man, get herself pregnant, and not tell the man anything about it. She can freeze her eggs. She can go to a sperm. Like I'm saying, this day and age, right? We have birth control. We have so many types of birth control. I mean, I don't know when in history women have had so much control over.
So
I
I,
don't
women
know.
I,
have so hold
no, no,
on.
no,
Please tell me.
Women
you're
having all this
100% right.
control, but so many of you guys, and excuse my French here, guys, because it's a little bit sensitive. Why are women still fucking up with unplanned pregnancies?
Because it's something called the human experience, right? Relationships. Right now, we live in the present. We don't live in the past or the future. Okay, so we have to
Sorry,
understand
hold on,
that
hold on,
as
hold on. I gotta understand this. The human experience about getting pregnant, that's a human
the human
experience?
experience. No, that we're in control of. What we're not in control of is our day-to-day experience. Who we run into, we form a
No, no.
relationship with this man,
What I
maybe,
just asked is
and
no.
then
You
that
missed what
leads to
Seka. You missed what I
a
asked.
relationship. Oh,
You
okay,
you missed what I
sorry.
asked. I asked. So and it is probably because of the curse. Like I don't often do it, but it's something that really bothers me about women. Why are women still having unplanned pregnancies with all of this control?
Well, for example, when you enter a relationship with somebody, or you might not be yes, because we might decide to continue on with a pregnancy, right? Because in most countries, we have the morning after pill. We can cease that life as well, right? We have that choice. So question is sort of redundant. Why is it unplanned? Yeah, but does it go through? The unplanning of it happens because people are irresponsible. We are so irresponsible, like completely and utterly. That's what has destroyed us. I think
So
because we can't even
follow
take,
up. So why are women being so irresponsible with such a big decision?
because we get like
Especially,
we
let me
make
just
what
emphasize
we
this, especially when it's common for you ladies to get left with the child. Why be so irresponsible with pregnancy when you have so much control?
yeah, because
And you take
we
all the
have, see,
risk.
that's the thing.
Like you take
We
all the
have
risk.
the well, that's it. That's the thing. We maybe we haven't actually fully what's the word?
I think the power
Like
has
fleshed
led to
out.
I think the power has led to
Sorry,
negativities.
one moment. I didn't get to hear what she said.
Okay.
Like fully come into that power, right? Because part of that power is, yes, saying, well, look, yes, right, everything that you say is valid, Cyrus, because it's true. But they're all perspectives, right? So within that, like, it's true, you can have that perspective and we can see it that way, but we have to understand not every, like, it's not the, like, it's not the story, you know, it's just a part of it, a layer, and all layers need to be worked at for everything to be able to change. But we have to understand that first, then we can really make a difference because we know what we're doing. As like right now,
Wait,
because all these lives are fantastic, but we don't know why we're doing it. Why are we doing? What's the point of it? Like, what are we trying to change here? Like, we're trying to change, but what? Like, we can't just like I don't know, far out. So
so
I'll just
if
wait. I have to go on mute, my.
yeah, okay, and King, welcome by the way. Um,
Appreciate you.
don't want to make sure
Appreciate
to
you,
bring
Lake.
you in, brother. Your thoughts on any of this? Huh?
Yeah, I got kids in the background, so I'll be on and off the mic. Um, I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, it's just baffling. You know, the young lady that really triggered me to want to come up here was the Alondria lady who was speaking
Mm.
about how body counts never mattered before, and now why is it so prevalent? Why are we talking about it now? And it's just it's just a lack of passing that information. But that has always been something that men, you know what I'm saying, we voice. We never had social media to voice it, like for them to hear it. But when we sat in communities and in groups with our homies and you know what I'm saying, even with our fathers, grandfathers, it was like it was taught, hey man, make sure you get you a woman that you could bring home. The whole point is not just to sleep around. Yeah, you're right, man. You know what I'm saying? Like to an extent, maybe the hookup culture has been pushed or hasn't been denounced enough, but still the narrative was always that you want to, you know what I'm saying, you want to bring home somebody that fits. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by fit is she's a wife. She's wifey material. There's no confusion about it. She's not wondering, you know what I'm saying? She's not sitting on social media wondering, oh, who's the next hottest guy and who, because to be honest with you, men, let me not say that.
It's
Let
implied,
me not
King.
say that.
It's implied.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, when a man says he wants wifey material, he automatically means that he doesn't want a hoe. Go ahead.
Exactly. And it's almost like, you know what I'm saying, a woman with a high body count means that you are
That is
accessible.
exactly what it means.
You're
Careful,
accessible.
you're misogynist. Be careful.
Well, I'll be that. I'm married, happily married with 3 kids. I could care less if anybody thinks I'm misogynistic. My wife actually, go ahead.
You're a lucky one, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm
Shit.
saying? My wife
Congratulations,
actually
man.
loves me, so that I could care less. Um,
You
but
just here got what most of us men desire, man. Wife and kids. It's beautiful.
exactly, that's what you want. But if I marry somebody who's easily accessible to all of the men that had her before, number one, yes, as a man, maybe, I mean, you call it insecurities, but think logically. She's not just going to be thinking about me. Women don't just have, you know what I'm saying, like sex and forget about it like that. Most of the time, those men live in your mind. If I can't, you know what I'm saying, and you
If
could
they
say
don't,
it's
it's even worse, to be honest.
exactly, exactly. It's even worse. There's something that you're looking for that you obviously not finding. And what makes me think that you're going to find it in me? What makes me believe that you'll find that in me for long enough to take care of my children, you know what I'm saying, and my home for the rest of our lives for forever, which is what we're looking for in marriage, right? It's not just a social media post; it's forever. So anyway, I know I gotta to be honest with you, I had a point, and then all these other people came up and you know what I'm saying, the conversations went so many ways. It's like I don't even know what points to
Sorry,
hit on
guys.
anymore.
I
Nah,
just
you good.
rattled on for a bit. Yeah, but
That's good.
You good. It wasn't just you. You're good. And I don't even know that I caught the majority of what you were saying because I was wrangling kids. But
yeah.
all that to say, you know, if I'm the one if I'm the one that's proposing to you, wouldn't you want to be the material, or some, you know what I'm saying, of the same material of what I'm looking for?
Yeah, of course. I think there would be a match, right? Obviously, no one's
It's
going
got
to
to
get
be a
married
match.
unless they match up in a way. So, but the thing is, I think a lot of women, I mean, I'm your age, Steps, and a lot of my friends didn't get married. I mean, I did, and I had kids. And I think
What age did you get married?
28, no, 29 or 28.
Hmm,
Yeah, 28. 28.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
but
I'm 37 now. I'm turning 38, and it's like almost almost all of the women that I either went to high school with or that I used to like party with and stuff like that, they are all like they're
a
just
lot
by
are single.
themselves. They're
Yeah,
all alone. Like it's
it's
just,
true.
and I'm just like, this is really sad. And when I talk to them, it's like they're like, I have the career, my condo's paid
Yeah.
off, I have another property, I have a car, I have good credit. They have all the stuff. Like they have on paper, they're as competent as you could possibly find, literally, right? But
Yes.
but you talk to them about dating, and they're just like, oh, I met this guy and then I wouldn't sleep with him on the first date, and then he ghosted me, and I'm like, okay. And then it's like I met this guy, and I slept with him on the first date, and then he ghosted me, right? And then it's like I met this
Well,
guy,
no,
and
it
it's just
wasn't.
like
Well,
it's
actually,
just a
see,
minefield. It's
my
so bad.
experience, sorry, but my experience
Go
has
ahead.
been like also like I've one of my very successful friends and beautiful. independent, it would be to the point where it'll be like in the beginning, like back when we were younger, yeah, like hairstyle or shoes, stuff like that. Once now at this age, it's like I think now she's had to adjust what she thinks she wants from a relationship now, and yeah. So,
It's called
but
settling. Usually it's called
yeah,
settling.
and it will no, it was just not just settling because she has a lot of opportunities because she has all the she's beautiful, she has wealth, all the attributes that are attractable to men, and she attracts men. So it's not that, it's just that now she doesn't know anymore if she even needs it because her acceptance, am I going to have kids or not? See, that's the thing. A woman wants a man usually because we want to have kids, and we want the
Here's
man. Okay, we want to pick the right man to be the father of our kids 100%. Even if a woman doesn't realize it, we instinctively want that. It's the mother instinct, that nurturing instinct we want. So
I, I hear you, and I
I'll
see you guys in
stop
the
for a
back. I'm
second.
going to switch you guys in. Just give me 2 minutes.
I'll just take a step back.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I
But
can drop.
all right, cool, cool. But Kevin, thank you so much for. Do you have any final words before you go, brother?
No, I pretty much hit everything I wanted to say, so it's been
Good,
real.
good, good.
Next time. See you guys, see you
All right,
Jabari, see you
man.
King, see you
Peace.
Sequester. Peace.
Hey, take it easy,
All
man.
right. Yeah. What I want to note on that you just mentioned about your friend. It's not this whole settling thing. It's recognition that she doesn't have the same options that she had before when she was younger. That's what it is, and that's why the adjustments is being made. Because the same type of men that were trying to marry her earlier are not trying to marry her now. And men don't care for a woman's wealth or status.
Facts.
We don't care about it at all. Just a little heads up for
Yeah.
your friend.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Your career, your wealth, your education level, all that stuff. It's not a primary factor
Well,
as to why
yeah,
you
like
get
it's
married.
not even. I mean, aside from the ones that say that they don't, aside from the guys that don't care about a woman's wealth, the ones that are wealthy care even less about it, and then and then most of the men that are wealthy are married already. Like 80% of the guys that make $100,000 a year or more have
They're married.
wives.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They're all married. So when I see women get up to like my age and they're like, I want a guy that makes whatever amount of money per year, it's like, I don't think you understand. Like it was getting close to like the end of the game 10 years ago. And then they're like, oh, do you have any friends? And I'm like, not anyone that would marry you, to be honest. And I got to say that in a nice way. I have to like reword it so that it doesn't come across as me being cruel, but like
Yeah.
really and truly, I'm just like, yes, I have tons of friends that are extremely successful, but they're not like,
They
I
don't
know,
want
I
to.
see what they go for. Like I'm hanging out with them. I see their girlfriends. The one girl they dated for a month and a half or whatever case may be, I see them and I'm just like, they're not like, you're not in their,
She's not in their league.
yeah, like not real. No, like not at all. And I'm just like, I think you should just find yourself like a guy that has that's just, he's, I guess,
She
good
has to.
looking
She
enough.
has to get a guy
And
that's
like,
in her league.
yeah.
I don't
And
know. I think,
Go
unfortunately,
ahead.
all women want
money and
different
education doesn't set a woman's league.
What was that? What were you saying?
money in. Well, I don't know. I beg to differ because there are men that do definitely are attracted to a powerful, wealthy woman. 100%. You cannot deny that, Cyrus. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it.
No, there are men like that,
And
but
it's even projected in our
those are
society.
usually
It's
not the
we
men
we
women want.
Men, yeah, I was gonna say, is that
well,
how you
no,
define a man, like a proper man though? I
it's not
feel
about
like,
definition of what is good and bad right now. It's about we have to understand that, um, for example, a woman doesn't really, I'll just say, a wealthy, successful woman who is just say she's 45 and she hasn't had a child yet, she can go and to a sperm donor, get a child, and raise that children. She'll have family and friends to help raise that children. She would have fulfilled that desire. I mean, it's no different to a divorced woman. And how many divorced women are there these days who don't have a husband around to help her with the kids? You know what I
A
mean? It's not much
divorced woman is
different.
very
But
different
like
from
Why
you
is
were
it
just
different,
saying
but
that, yeah,
why? Because she had to go through the, most of the
because
because
time
the
a
you go
child has
through
a
the
divorce.
BS
father
of a
still.
No,
marriage.
because a divorced
The
woman,
child has a father still.
Does he? How many
the
of these
divorce.
fathers are
Whoa,
actually
whoa,
around for
whoa,
these
whoa!
kids
Hold on, hold
anyway,
on, hold
really?
on,
Most of
hold
them,
on.
the vast
We don't
majority of
even
them,
need.
When
We
actually.
it's
don't even.
divorced,
We don't
yeah.
need to go that
Most
route.
of them.
A
Well, see, I'm
divorced
generalizing just
woman.
how you were
Yeah,
generalizing,
hold
and
on.
I can take that point
Hold
of
on,
view.
guys. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We're gonna clear this up. A divorced woman has an understanding of how to operate with a man for the most part. She is extremely different from a woman who has just been single, never married, and is now in her 40s trying to raise a child on her own.
Hmm.
Secondly, a woman choosing to do that, going through that process is not easy. It has a very low success rate. It's very painful, and it's also extremely selfish, and it's putting that child in a state in which they have the majority of of aspects of their life are not going to be in their favor because they don't come from a
Yeah.
two-parent household.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
If she's if
Statistically,
she's
that's
going if she's
correct.
going to a sperm donor, then there is no other parent. There is no second parent at all. Like if you're coming from a divorced home, at least he knows who his father is. If you're getting a sperm
Okay.
donor,
So
then
why is this conversation about women who go to the sperm donor and not the sperm donors, the ones who actually go and donate their sperm?
Because at the
You know
end
what I
of the
mean?
day,
Like
at the
they're
end of the
offering their
day,
product as for sale. They're profiteering
but
from women's desperation for motherhood, right?
but it's at the end of the day,
but
you
they're
get
but the
to a
reason why they're
point where
desperate is
you
because
have to
of them.
take responsibility for your own life and your own actions and everything that you've done up until that point, as opposed to blame the person who's made that decision accessible to you. You're still making the decisions that led you to that final decision to get the sperm donated. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and obviously this isn't like, it's not so black and white. There are circumstances and things happen in people's lives. But in general, when we're speaking about this issue and just the dynamic in society and what's being pushed, this mindset that is being pushed to young women of basically prioritizing all of the things that we were speaking about earlier, like education and career, and all of those things are amazing, right? But we are not the same as men. We are just as valuable as them, but we are not the same. We have a uterus. We have an internal body clock that they don't have. That's a blessing. That's something that's powerful. That doesn't put us at a disadvantage. So we can be like, why can't we be like them? Why can't we do? They can't be like us. We are the gatekeepers. We
Yeah,
have
darling, I
something
didn't
beautiful and
say that
powerful.
men and women are biologically the same.
No, I know. I'm not saying that you did. I'm talking about the general conversation that we're having with, and what we were speaking about, what they were speaking about on the live earlier before I hopped in.
So a woman
And I
can't
saw,
desire to have a career to make money to sustain herself and her, maybe just
well,
say her
absolutely
children that
not.
she's
Well,
a,
I never
okay.
said that
Well,
because
that's
I
what you
never
just
said that
said.
because, hold on, hold on. Don't need to get offended. No need to attack me. It's okay. I'm in a situation where I'm highly educated and I have a career, but I would never prioritize that over and like what I know that my purpose is as a woman. And for some people, they might not feel that way. And that's cool.
Okay,
I'm not
Mark.
telling you that you have to feel a certain way. But in terms of the thing that's being pushed, where it's like essentially women be a whore, it's empowering. And you won't have to deal with the repercussions later. Just be a powerful
Can
businesswoman,
you
sleep with as many people as you want, and
can
it's
you give me a
fine.
quote of a mother telling a child to sleep with as many men as she
Okay, I
wants?
never quoted
Can
a
you
mother. I
I
said
know, but
society.
all right, a society. Okay, so who looks after the child? All right. You men are or you, this
I'm not a man.
this well, Sarah said it before that, oh yeah, it's to sleep as many men as you want, it's fine. Who's saying this? Are the mothers saying this to their children?
Yep.
Oh, never. Okay,
I
can
have
you show
met,
me? Can you
I've
give
met
me
There
some
women
are,
who,
yeah,
There,
there are
unfortunately,
women
you
who
Is there an
might be a
ad?
preach
great
that
mother
too.
who
there are
doesn't do
no,
that.
like,
I'm
no,
sure
a
that you are,
hundred
but there
percent,
are
a hundred
others.
percent. They're teaching it in schools. The media is
Yes,
teaching it, and every single time
yes.
you bring up the conversation of body count, that's all the women say that seem to have an issue with men that have an issue with women that have high body counts. All of
That's
them are
right.
saying that, oh, if a woman can sleep with as many people as she wants as long as she's safe, you don't think those women that utter that are having children and teaching their daughters to do the exact same thing? They are.
Well, I haven't come across that actually, so maybe I'm a
Okay,
Maybe,
bit
okay,
let
maybe
me
not,
help you
but
sheltered.
guys
like,
out with
Man,
this. Have you guys,
And let
have
me, can
you,
I
26,
just say,
and when
you're
I,
26,
one
Jasmine,
moment,
all right.
guys, one
Darling,
moment.
I
Hey
gave up
guys,
my degree, or I gave up my career in
guys,
psychology to
who's that?
have 3 kids and raise them and
Tara,
that's
breastfeed them and carry
amazing.
them
forgive me,
and give
hearts,
birth to them and
hearts,
stay home for
hearts,
them, okay?
hearts,
So no, let me just
hi
finish.
hearts,
Jasmine,
hi
I
hearts.
understand completely what you
Ooh,
said, and I
no, no, no,
agree
no, no,
that
no,
it
no, no, no,
shouldn't be
no, no.
spread out that women be promiscuous.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, 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 no. Hearts, we don't do
I
that.
wasn't,
Hold
I
on.
wasn't
Hold on.
coming at her, by the way.
Hold
I
on,
just was
Jasmine.
saying generally.
Jasmine, hold on. Don't make me mute you
Sorry.
too. Guys, we don't do that. When I speak, I need you guys to stop.
Okay, cool.
Alright?
Sorry.
I know for other people, you might be accustomed, running them over. We don't do that here. I don't like to
Okay.
raise my voice. You guys are new, no problem. I don't like to do that. I like to be very, very chill.
Yeah.
I don't like to have to get stern with you guys. But if I interject, I'm interjecting for a reason. Alright? So, Seka, that was it. Seka. When I speak, I need you to get quiet. Stop talking. Alright? I'm going to unmute you now. Whew. And before I do that, Jasmine, welcome, by the way. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
We didn't get to have a proper greeting. I'm not too bad. Not too bad. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
And King and Staffs, any final words for us? I'm going to flip you guys out. We got some more in the back.
Just real quick before I dip, man, I just want to say that I feel like it's a woman's responsibility to take care of her body, right?
Hmm.
You don't want to just let whatever, whoever, it's that's that responsibility that us men who are looking for a good wife, the good man that you're looking for, those are the qualities that we're looking for in a good woman. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? So that's just all I got. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the inclusion. Y'all be good, man.
Thank you very
And
much,
women,
man.
respect yourselves as us men, as you want us men to respect ourselves too, yo. So yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's a man who's married with kids, all right? So we out here. Y'all just don't know where to
Exactly.
find us.
Exactly. Appreciate you, Cyrus. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for being an example, man. Seriously.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that.
Staffs, final words, brother.
um, yeah, man, just, I don't know. I hope everyone has a good night for starters. And, yeah, man, I just think at least to the women that are like younger, I guess, that are watching this, listening to this, you know, be, I guess, the example that you want to see in the future generations. Um, and I don't know, man. Maybe some of the women can attest to this fact or whatever, but I mean, like this, the a lot of the again, I'm not completely against feminism or whatever. Obviously, women should have the right to vote and have bank accounts and all that stuff. But I I just think people should think twice about what they're listening to and what they're um, giving their attention to when it comes to um, things that are like, I guess, like really progressive type of thinking. Um, a lot of the things that people that I guess are more conservative are saying these things because it's worked for centuries and centuries and got us to the point where we're here. So yeah, so I think people should just like do a little bit more research, like delve into things a little bit more. Um, don't just don't just go along to get along just because someone that is influential, you know, said something. And yeah, and that's it.
Appreciate it. Maria, I tried to add you in and you glitched out. You got a re-request? I'll save the spot for you and I'll bring you in. And Seka, I had unmuted you. You should have an invite or something like that. You gotta hit whatever notification came up for
Hi,
you.
Cyrus. Hi, everybody else. Hi,
There you go. Welcome
Jasmine.
back.
Yeah, sorry, look, I have to go. Okay. So,
No
thank you for
problem.
the chat. All right, take care.
Thank you. All right, we got a full switch out here. Nice. Care, welcome. Nope, no words. Maria, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. What do you have for us?
Um, I really want to argue with the other people who are on stage, but I think that women should be allowed to do
Oh, just
whatever they want
one
with their
quick moment.
body.
One quick moment. For those of you who are not speaking, if you guys can mute, we greatly appreciate that.
Yeah.
Karen Jasmine, thank you. As well as I think your K at the top, mute as well. Maria, go back to you. Continue.
I think that women should do whatever they want with their body, just like men have been doing whatever they want with their body.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see an issue, and the whole education thing throws me all the way off. I'm a woman who prioritizes her education, like when I do graduate, I will be prioritizing my job first. That will always be first. And me making money is my main priority until I decide I want to get married. But a man is not on my mind right now. Like at a young age, no, marriage is not on my mind. And that is exactly something I would teach my daughter to get themselves straight financially, whether physically, mentally, emotionally, before inviting a man into your space. I think that's very important.
Mm.
But yeah,
And
like men do.
Not sure where to start with this one. Do you think men sleeping around is a good idea?
I just think it is what it is. Men have been sleeping around for years, and
No,
I'm
hold
not
on.
expecting them to
No,
stop
no, no, no,
or
no. That's not the question. Do you think men sleeping around is a good idea?
whatever they want to do with their bodies
No,
is
no,
what
no,
I.
no. Do you think men sleeping around with women and using them for their body is a good idea?
Yes, if it makes them happy. Yes, go ahead.
So,
Be my guest.
to be clear, you think that women being used for their body by men is a good thing?
That is not. No. No.
Can I weigh
think
in?
women.
What? One moment. Okay. So if that's not a good thing, do you want to reassess your initial answer when I asked you if men sleeping around is a good thing?
Yes, and I think women can do whatever they want with their bodies,
Hold,
and if
hold
they
on,
want to
hold
sleep
on,
around,
hold on. You do realize that men sleeping around with women, that causes women to be used by men. You get that, right?
but then again, if women,
Hold on. Do you understand that though?
that's one point. Yeah, I understand that point of view,
Okay.
but
And do
also
you think that's a good thing?
no, I don't think no.
Okay. All right then. Good. You're an educated woman. You can see benefit and cost. There's no benefit in men doing this to women, right?
I guess.
Okay. So if that's the case, why would you want to participate and why would you want to copy what the men are doing if the men are doing something that's stupid?
Me personally, I'm not participating in that form of action. But just because I don't want to do that action doesn't mean I should stop everybody else from participating in that action if they want to do it, because it's their body, their choice.
Okay, but you mentioned that you would teach your daughters to do this.
I would no, like I wasn't talking about the intercourse type of questions. I was talking about prioritizing her education and prioritizing her occupation before thinking of a man or thinking of marriage. That's something I would teach my daughter. I would technically teach that to my, if I had a daughter and if I had a son, that is something I would teach both kids of
Would
those two genders.
Okay, and would you teach your son to not sleep around?
I would I would teach my son, if he's gonna do that, just do it safely.
Would you teach your daughter to not sleep around?
If she gonna do that, do it safely. As long as you're doing it safely, I don't see no issue. Because
So you
your
don't
kid, they're gonna do it.
so
Well,
you
at like
don't
a
see you don't
appropriate
see the
age, of course.
issue of your son running the risk of getting a woman pregnant in his teenage
I
years?
just said do it safely. Of
Yeah,
course, like,
you do realize pregnancy happens regardless of how safely you do it.
huh?
You do realize that pregnancy happens regardless of how safely you do it.
Well, if that happens, then it happens. I just hope they're both of age before a child is welcomed. But there are precautions that I would teach my sons and my daughters to take when it comes to intercourse. I
Okay.
I can't control when my kids decide to have intercourse. Like, let's be so clear. Either they gonna do it with me knowing, or they gonna do it behind my back. So
We're talking about what you're going to teach your children, though. Why would you not want to teach your son to not sleep around with women and potentially get an STD?
if they do it safely, they can avoid that. Obviously, if I could tell my kids to not have intercourse with people, I would tell them that. But this is the real world. They're gonna, unfortunately, society does play a role in how, uh, and like peer pressure and stuff like that. Kids, not kids, I want to say teenagers, because I think like the word kids just sounds so bad when you talk about intercourse. But like teenagers or young adults, peer pressure is added high among that group. So I just feel like teenagers, and when I say teenagers, I'm talking like 16 and above. So that I can't tell my kid, like, they're literally either going to do it behind my back, or
So
they
basically, you want to be an irresponsible parent.
no. No.
Well, that's what you're putting forward here, right? Because
How?
I'm pretty sure we can agree, and I'm pretty sure the women on the panel here will agree as well, that men sleeping around is a big problem for women. They're breaking hearts. They're turning young women into single mothers. They're being irresponsible. They're destroying their own lives, right? We can agree that there are men doing some horrible stuff out here, right?
Yes.
So why wouldn't you want to teach your son to not do those things?
I would be by teaching them steps to avoid those things. And also, heartbreak part, I think that's just, heartbreak is a part of life, unfortunately, for both genders. So there's really no way you could take steps to really just avoid a heartbreak. But like,
Okay. I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to ask, but I'm going to encourage you to really take a look at why you as a woman do not participate in promiscuity, but you won't advise other women not to do it. Sounds like you're not really about the sister code.
Oh, because I'm religious, but not everybody is religious. So I have to take that into consideration when I'm talking about.
It's irregardless of religion.
Well, that's my main
Sleeping
reason
around
why.
has nothing to do with not sleeping around has nothing to do with religion. It's about respecting your body and not allowing shitty men to potentially get you pregnant, break your heart, and use you.
Well, that's my reason why I choose to not
It's about
participate
having
in.
more. It's about having respect for yourself. Why wouldn't you want your fellow sisters to have respect for their body as well?
I think you can do that. You can have respect for your body even while having intercourse with people,
While
as long as
allowing
you
men.
just do
No,
it.
no, no. It's not just intercourse. It's men using your body. That's what it is, ladies. Let's stop. Let's not sugarcoat it. You having sex with a man who hasn't committed to you publicly with marriage is a man using your body. Doesn't matter what you want to call it. He's using your body for his gratification, not for yours. Ladies, you don't F your man. He F's you. You are the receiver. He's using you.
I don't have any. First of all, I don't have kids. I don't have no kids. I'm not. I don't even want to have kids in this society, anyways, in this world. I don't even want to get married at this point. So yeah, just
Well, Maria, I'm
talking
going
from
to
the
encourage you
comments.
to stick around and learn some more about men. I'm glad you don't have any kids. Keep it that way. Please keep it that way. Don't be another statistic out here. Please don't. Um, use your younger years to find a good man.
See, that's where I disagree.
I know you're going to disagree. I'm going to tell you this. As you get older, it's going to become more and more difficult to find a good man because the good men marry younger women and they marry early. And
Mm.
as you age, your options for men gets less.
I'm not mad at that. I will take that as it is. But I'm not wasting my 20s looking for any man. I do not care. I'm
Ooh,
sorry.
you need to you. Um, I'm going to encourage you to speak with some older women, some women in their 40s, 50s, those who are married, those who are not married, and just do some research. Be an academic about what you're saying, right? You're in school, you're studious, so be studious about the personal decisions that you're making as well. And go and speak to these older men and women who are married, those who are not, those who are single, from different races and cultures, and dig into this. Dig into why you think this way. Educate yourself. Because I'm trying to let you know about men, and I get where you're at, but I don't want you to make a mistake that a lot of older women or women who have been here before you have made, and some of them are regretting these decisions. That I don't want you to follow that path, so I'm going to encourage you to speak to some of the older women in your community and really look at their life and ask yourself, how did they get here? What did they do? What did they avoid? Speak to those who are married, speak to those who are not, speak to those who have children, speak to those who do not. Really do some due diligence on this. Whatever you decide for yourself is fine, but I want to make sure you make an informed decision. And this goes for all of the women here. Make informed decisions, ladies. Don't just go with whatever you heard Beyonce say or your best friend say or whatever you found on TikTok say because it sounds good and it makes you get a little high. And just in case no one's told you this before, Maria, when men are looking for wives, because you women don't choose, you don't look for a husband, the husbands find you. Your education, we don't care about. The money that you have, we don't care about. your status, we don't care about. And to a degree, even how pretty you are begins to lose a lot of value at some points. So just be aware of
So
that.
why do men want women if not for those attributes that you named?
We want women who are nurturing. We want women who value family.
See, I think you can be those things at any age. Like I don't think, yeah, you can be a nurturer, and if anything, older women are better nurturers. Um,
Older
I
women who
forgot.
have children or don't have children.
Older women, I think in general, have kids, don't have kids. I think they are better nurturers than younger women. I think older women value their family probably way more than I think younger women. Um, I didn't. You did. Those are the only two things you named before I interrupted. But I just think those qualities that you said, I think older women tend to have those more than the younger women that the older men chase.
And why do you think the men of all ages tend to go for younger women?
I literally think it's just because of looks, and that's I think very sad that men only look at physical attributes when deciding who they want to be with instead of looking at, well, you said the other attributes, but I think the other attributes you mentioned, I think older women would tend to have those more down to a T than younger women simply because they've lived longer and things like that. They and even to the older women who aren't kids, they probably raised, not raised, but taking care of like their little nieces, their nephews, and like leaving. What have I haven't watched a child grow. I haven't just really taken care of a child, so I can't be a better nurturer than an older woman, or I can't really. Well, I can say valuing family. I would say older women probably tend to have that down to a T because like I feel like family would be on a older woman's mind more than somebody of my age because we're literally just starting adulthood. So we're focused on like society and getting jobs. Money got to be there. Like, not to say family would be the last thing on my mind, but it's not a priority. It's not like first on my priority list. It would be farther down the list because I got to build something up for myself. So I literally think older men only want younger women because of physical attributes.
Okay. Just to finish off, we also prefer younger women for their youthfulness, which most usually you'll find a lot of older women tend to not have. Also for their ability to have children, which in turn, older women tend to lose a lot of the ability in order to provide, a greater number of children and safer pregnancies, etc., etc. These are some of the additional reasonings for it. But I do want to make sure to bring in Care here. I tried to bring you in earlier, but I don't know if you were there. And Tonya. Care or Car, forgive me. Jasmine as well. You guys can chime in on this, but just
Oh, wait. Are you saying Shar? CHA?
Shar.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did say that earlier. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Forgive me. Shar, welcome.
Hello. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't even remember, like, I don't even know where to start at this point.
Wherever you want.
I mean, that was a mouth. That was a lot.
So take it
Maria,
one step at a time.
Maria, I do agree that like maybe you might want to put a little more thought like into your thought process and your beliefs and why you believe it. Maybe trace it back to what it is. But with that said, um, I do feel like it would in an ideal world, people would get married younger, both men and women. However, that's not the path, nor is that the case, nor is that what's right for every single person. I think that in these conversations, we love to talk about the young man. He's no longer on the stage. I'm not sure if he's still in the chat, but he made a comment about being conservative because it has worked, and I think that have being able to have that perspective is very convenient, and it's actually a privileged one because as a man, it has worked for men. But if you speak to a lot of women from the past that we're trying to preserve, they were miserable. They were overworked. They were tired. They felt disrespected. They felt invisible. They felt like an afterthought. They felt powerless, which is why they then in turn taught their daughters, and then their daughters taught their daughters, hey, go get your education because I have been unhappy and I have been unable to do anything about it. I've been miserable with this man, and he has all the power. And I have no power because I have no way to sustain myself. So if I leave him, I have no other option. And so now this is why we're here. When the young man said it's got us here, but look at why we're here. There are several factors that contribute to why we're here. And now we're here because a lot of women have been told by their mothers and grandmothers, who's been told by their great grandmothers, listen, if you could find a way for yourself, do it. Because these, if you depend on these men, they will make your lives miserable.
So, what did you learn that was good about a man?
I learned that what was good about a man was the physical protection, as long as he didn't need to protect you from himself physically. So let me just speak about my dad, for example, who is a benevolent figure in my life. So my father protects me physically, uh, as much as he could.
Why did you have to mention as long as he didn't have to protect you from himself?
As long as I'm saying men, you asked me what was the good thing that I learned about men. And
Yeah.
so I was naming the positive attributes about men. And so the reality is these are things that are supposed to be positive about men, and they are sometimes. However, and even in my own experience, there are men that do uh, serve and are able to provide protection. However, they also fall short at protecting you from themselves. Sometimes men themselves, the men that is close to you, can be dangerous to you, and he will protect you from all other dangers, but he's not able to understand how he is a danger to you. So that's why I said that.
But I asked you about good, and you still mentioned something bad.
Because it's supposed to be good. Because yes, it's good, but it's not always good. You're
But
asking,
you
if you
didn't.
are
You're
asking me to
you're
speak in
missing the
ideals,
question when you do that, though.
well, that's why I made
Because
it personal.
I asked you for the good, and
Right,
you still
which is
brought up
why I
something
made it
bad.
personal. Which is why I made it personal,
No, no,
because you're
no,
looking for
no,
me to give you a
no,
specific
no,
answer.
no. Hold on, hold on. I asked you a question. Instead, you
You went
decided.
out.
Instead, what I'm asking for you is to answer the question. Instead, you decided to ignore what I was asking you and
No, I
not answer
didn't.
the question. If this was a test and you were at school and the question said, write two good things about trees, and you decided to write two good things about trees and something bad, you would get that question wrong and you would know better.
You asked me what I
Hold,
learned.
no, wouldn't you know better though?
You
You
asked
would
me.
know, hold on, you would know better than to write the bad thing about the tree. So you wouldn't write it down. You would only write the good.
Excuse me.
So why when I ask about what good things did you learn about men, you still needed to add something bad?
Because the reality is the good things about men have not only been good because they are human. What do you mean? Men are humans. So, yes, while I did learn good things, the reality is those things are not only good.
You don't get it.
No, I think I'm not giving you the answer that you're looking for.
Okay, so let's say I am looking for a particular answer. Why wouldn't you give it?
What? Because you asked me for my answer. You asked me for my experience. So you are going to get a subjective answer.
Okay. You still, you. Oh boy. Okay. Um, this is why men are having a hard time with a lot of women because we're trying to communicate with you guys, and you guys communicate in very disingenuous ways.
No, I answered you in the way that was authentic to me. You did not like that answer, and that's okay. However, I'm
Just,
being
just be. Hold on,
genuine, which
one
is why
moment.
I made it about my dad.
One moment. Just because it's authentic to you, it doesn't matter to me.
Well,
What's
you asked
authentic?
me.
Hold on. What's authentic to you could be anything. You understood what I was asking you. You just chose to disrespect the question being asked.
No, you
It's that, or
are
you didn't
saying it.
understand the question.
And now I understand that that's how you feel, but that was not my intention. My intention was to answer the question
No,
honestly.
hold on. We're not going to do that. It's not about how I felt. You're probably new
But you're
here.
telling me what my intention was.
I'm telling you what you did.
No, you're telling me how you feel about what I did. But you're trying to tell me
All
what
right.
my intention was.
All I wanted to know was what good, and you somehow decided to add something bad. And I brought it up because I wanted to understand why you needed to bring up something bad when you were asked about what was good.
Because the things that I learned that were supposed to be good about men were not always good.
But that's not what he asked. You already mentioned the stuff that wasn't good earlier. So he was just wondering, like, what were some things that were good? So it's not necessary to acknowledge the things that weren't good in that context. It's just a concise, like, he asked like a really concise question, and I think that's where he's like a bit confused
I
to
understand. I
respond.
understand what
So
you're
it's not
saying.
so much about how he felt or your experience. It's more just like, what were some good things that you learnt? Just it's really like straightforward kind of, and then you could say the good things that you learn in the same way. Like if we asked Cyrus, what are some good things about women, and he said, oh, they're nurturing, they're loving, but they're all whores, we would be like, huh? But we just asked you what were good things about women.
He asked
So
me, what did
yeah.
I learn was good about men? So
So
when
you
I
learned that men like
and it's
that again, it
this
doesn't make
man.
sense.
So I understand what
Because
you're
if
saying.
he asked you what like the
You
bad
don't have
things
to
you learnt
argue
were,
on
that's
his
when you would
behalf.
bring it up.
Jasmine, I appreciate. Oh, I don't know if that your name is actually Jasmine. I appreciate your
Yeah, it's Jasmine.
clarifying. Okay, Jasmine, I appreciate your clarifying because yes, I get that and I understand that. And I
Yeah.
understand that I did not answer the question in the way that he wanted me and the way that he intended to ask the question or the way he asked the question. But when you ask me what I learned, that is how my brain processed it. So if I was answering it in a context in which you did not mean it, all he had to do was say what you just said, and I would say, oh, okay, I get it. But when you ask me about what I learned about men in a general sense, my brain goes to another place, which is why I made it personal to my dad, because I'm like, okay, let me not think about men in a general sense, because if I have to answer that, I can't do that. Like I can't say that this
Yeah.
is just good. So let me focus on a man that I do see as good, which is my father. So the great
Okay.
things about my father was that he provided physical protection. Okay. He provided,
Yeah.
he's
Cool.
supportive. And yeah, not every man is like that.
Mm.
Okay. Do you agree that men should be promiscuous?
Do I agree that I don't think anyone should be promiscuous. No.
Oh, okay. Um, do you think what's happening in society with young women today is good?
What about what's happening with young women?
They're being, uh, they're being told to be prostitutes.
I disagree. I don't hear women being told to be prostitutes.
Really?
I don't hear anyone telling women to be promiscuous. I've never heard anyone speak about promiscuity in a positive light.
Really?
Really.
Nowhere online.
Really? What about like online platforms for, making money or,
I have never heard anyone say that promiscuity is a good thing.
Definitely in my generation, it's heaps.
I see someone says,
Yeah.
have I never heard a Cardi B song? Yes, I've heard plenty of Cardi B songs. I hear Cardi B talking about having sex. I hear Cardi B expressing that she is a sexual person. However, I don't hear Cardi B talking about having sex with multiple people. Actually, what I hear Cardi B talking about is actually being stingy with sex and being very selective about who she has sex with. It's just that she enjoys sex and she likes having sex and she likes having really nasty sex. But that's not promiscuity.
So that's not promoting promiscuity?
No, that's promoting sexuality.
Uh, Welcome, Tadia. How are you?
Hi, doing well.
Your thoughts. I just need a moment. If you got any thoughts on this.
Where can I begin? Ask me a question and then I'll get going.
Do you see in today's society? Do you see that women are being led and taught to be more promiscuous? Young women?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how do you see this coming about?
There's lots of different avenues. And there is, it's very prevalent in social media alone, where there are a lot of traumatized women, as Haas was saying earlier, I believe, was talking about our grandmothers and mothers and great grandmothers that passed down that thought process of, being women back in those days being suppressed and not having a voice and not being able to earn and make decisions and things like that. They were very much so at the mercy of their husbands. And it didn't always end up good. Now, there's a lot of women from that particular genre or those times back in the 60s and 50s that didn't have that feeling per se. But there are enough that passed on that understanding of breaking free to make your own way so that you won't be trapped like me. And so I see a lot of that being part of the catalyst of why this promiscuity train has become a big deal and why it has been so much so normalized that I believe that it can just be kind of overlooked by some because being a strong independent woman that can do whatever she wants is status quo, and it's something to be revered by a lot of young women. And unfortunately, sexual freedom is very much so taught in that right. And however it may be intended, even if it's just talking about, say, for instance, Cardi B talking about having nasty, freaky sex. However, it is intended. Cardi B never talks about having nasty, freaky sex with her husband or one man. She just talks about random dudes. And therefore, having that type of sex with random dudes is indeed perpetuated. And it's also seen as a power move. And the unfortunate thing that I see about women allowing multiple men access to their body as a power move is that with every man that they allow into their body, they're losing power. And they really don't see it that way. So it's this twisted game of coaxing women to believing that the more they are free and they behave like men sexually, the more power that they get. But it ends up being a slap in the face when they calm down to what they really want in their 30s, early 30s, late 20s. And just to state that, like, I'm a woman, I'm 46, and I've been with the same man for 15 years. We've been married for 10 of those years, happily. And I was a young woman in my 20s that had too much fun at times. And although I am childless, when I think about, I'm a stepmother to a teenage daughter, but when I think about those times in my life, which I know a lot of young women don't really think about now, but when I think about those times in my life, it wasn't something that I would considerably be proud of, but I am glad that I went through that because in my older age, it made me realize that I was behaving from a lot of unhealed wounds and trauma that I had accrued throughout my childhood and teenage years. So having a wayward father, having a silent but a silent but subdued, angry, bitter mother because my father was wayward. But she stayed for the sake of being able to say she was married. That did a lot as far as modeling certain behaviors to me from both of them. And that was my foundation. Now I had, peer pressure and different things like that. But whenever I was in a very tight spot with a man or with men involved, where I have been in spots in my life where I was in a lot of danger around men at times. And so when I got into those spots, I was able to hear the wisdom from my mom, my father, my grandfather, my grandma to say, get out of there or play it cool and sneak out the back or whatever the case was. But it's definitely, it's very prevalent and it's taught to women as a power move. And like I said, they just really don't understand that we have all the power. And every time we give our bodies to a man that doesn't love us and wants to protect and I guess you could say serve us in a sense, we're giving that power away. But it's cloaked.
Yeah, ladies, the quote unquote power of promiscuity and this sexual freedom thing, it's not power, okay? It's not power. There is a minority of men who is getting all of the access to the majority of you women. And for whatever reasons, they have decided to rig the system so that it only benefits them. Because it only does. The majority of women are sleeping with the same men. Like, I don't even know how you ladies rectify that. the fact that so many of you guys are literally sleeping with the same men. And you guys are fine with that. It's baffling to me. Very, very baffling. I know. Hypergamy. Sorry, Cher?
Yes. So everything that she said was lovely, but can we all be honest? If you listen to female rappers, the Cardi B's, the Megan Thee Stallions, the 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 Little Kims, the whomever, these female rappers, the mulattoes, whatever. Now, in no way am I saying that their message is a benevolent one, a good one. However, these women are talking about, yes, the power. However, what comes along with their power is not promiscuity. They actually, to them, to give sex to many men, which is what being promiscuous is, sleeping around with and just abusing your sexuality in that way, that is disempowering to them. I think that there's a narrative that we just want to perpetuate, and that sounds good in this space.
I mean, Megan Thee Stallion always raps about having like multiple side hoes and things like that. So I don't know what you mean.
You said Megan Thee Stallion talks about what?
She like kind of, well, obviously her rapping and her songwriting approach is very like gloatful, and it's meant to be like that, so it sounds empowering. But I can reference songs where she speaks about having multiple side hoes. She'll be like, oh, I get, sorry, excuse my French, I get head from this one, I do this one, and they're all like worshipping her. But in reality, that's not how it works. They're using her, but it's being glorified as this thing that's so wow. Like, oh, she has all these men surrounding her that are sexually worshipping her. But then what?
So if Megan Thee Stallion, to address what you just referenced, if she's talking about getting head from some man, and I know
multiple men,
yes, right, without giving him without having intercourse with him, that is her game. That is what she wants to do. She wants to get their money without having intercourse with them. She's going to choose who she has intercourse with.
Ma'am.
Now, whether you think that this is age appropriate for children or not,
Cher,
is
I'm
a
just going
different
to step
story.
in on this.
I don't think
it's just glorified
Hold on. We need to really bring this in here. What you're describing is prostitution.
Okay, maybe.
No, what you are describing is prostitution.
Maybe, but if
you
she's
have
not
a
having sex
woman
with
who
them,
has great influence over young girls and is teaching them prostitution.
what I never said that it was an appropriate message. What I am saying, my argument is that we like to spin this narrative, and it sounds good in this space in particular to say that these women are preaching promiscuity when that is not. We are conflating promiscuity and being hypersexual or sexual.
I got nothing.
I have a question.
Please do.
So I guess in this retrospect of the conversation right now, I want to just take a step backwards and thank you for utilizing your platform to give a space for men and women to have a conversation. So I respect you for that. Going back to the topic that you have here, living your best life and being loose, the recipe for single. For me, that just sounds like you're utilizing being single as a kind of like a bad thing, like a bad connotation. Like, wouldn't you have to live your best life and be single and wait to find whoever you're looking for? Like, I feel like it's a little misconstrued.
Okay. Well, the first thing to note is that women don't find their husbands. Your husband finds you.
And why are we
And
talking? And then I'm sorry, but
go ahead.
my next question is, and I just want to open up the platform, and understand why, because this is coming across my For You page so much, is like the heteronormative lifestyle seems so polarized right now. Like these things we should be talking about in a partner sense, not necessarily in a man and woman sense. Like this doesn't, like these problems seem to be only for heteronormative relationships, like in gay relationships and partner relationships. It doesn't seem to be this polarized.
Okay. And to answer the question, what 304 is, it's when you write on a calculator 304 and you flip it upside down, it reads out hoe. So 304 is just a term for being a hoe. That's what that is. So to your question about it being, this conversation being very specific to, men and women who are entering into relationships. Well, two gay men, right, are not going to, well, obviously a gay couple is not going to have the same dynamics or concerns that a straight man and straight women are going to have. Two lesbian couple are not going to have the same concerns that a straight man and a straight woman are going to have. That's to answer that question. This is why it's heteronormative, I believe is the term you use, because this only applies to a man and a woman who are trying to get together. That's why, to answer that.
Okay.
That sound
So
like
it's
you
not
agree on that?
Yes, I understand that. So I guess my question is then the general knowledge of a man finds his wife and a woman doesn't find their husband doesn't really fit in that context. Even if somebody is pansexual or bisexual, whatever the case may be, they don't lose their sexuality when they get into a relationship with the opposite sex. You can still have and own your sexuality without, having to sacrifice who you are for your partner in general.
Okay, so what does it mean for you to own your sexuality? Because we could do this even with a gay couple. We could do it that way too.
Correct.
Because what I'm telling you still applies.
That is very true. So when you own your sexuality, it's when you are getting the greatest satisfaction from your partner or whomever, however you decide to live your lifestyle. And I feel like that's not our place to judge anybody on how they do that.
Okay. So what is the gain to an individual? Let's say for a man. What is the gain for a man to sleep around? What does he gain?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm not a man.
All right. What does a woman gain from just sleeping around? Outside of pleasure in that moment, what does she gain?
I assume if a woman were to sleep around and be promiscuous, as this word that's been thrown around, I'm assuming then she is healing a part of herself in some way, shape, or form, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And everybody has their own healing journey.
Okay. You mentioned that you had to assume this. Is this not something you're doing yourself?
No.
You don't need to heal?
No, I definitely need to heal. I am 100% on a healing journey, but that's not how I choose to heal. But I can't choose how somebody else chooses to heal.
So, may I ask, why have you chosen not to use sex as a form of healing for yourself?
For me, I'm demisexual, so I only gain sexual intimacy by having emotional intimacy. Mm-hmm. So for me personally, if you were going to be on a personal level.
Yeah.
I need to have emotional intimacy before I get sexual attraction. But like I said, I can't make that justification for somebody else.
Hmm. Now,
So what
how
somebody,
so how would you say sex helps a woman heal?
so
Because
there's
in
there's
these, sorry,
multiple.
just before you answer, because in these scenarios, right, what's happening is a man is using a woman for her body for his pleasure, and I'm assuming she is using his body for her pleasure. So what is being healed in this exchange?
Yes, so there is, if you ever look at any studies done by women who have, if we're just going to talk about women, because it happens to men too, as well. Women or men, anyone who is, for instance, went through a traumatic sexual experience,
Hmm.
there is a return of hypersexuality when they feel safe. So they typically want to gain a little bit of control over the situation and regain all that trauma that they had in their past. And that is a healing mechanism that some people actually go through and need to go through because that's their purpose, their journey, their healing journey, whatever have you.
Okay. So in this instance, you're saying there are women who have gone through some form of sexual trauma
And men,
and men, and as a means of recovery,
yes,
entering into sexual relationships is part of the process.
correct.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm just saying this is what
Do
studies have.
you, so would you say, in your opinion, that someone who has experienced sexual trauma, that entering into more sexual relationships is beneficial or detrimental?
I feel as though it can be detrimental. It can be a positive experience as well if it is a satisfying and positive experience.
For their
Because
overall, but for their overall recovery from the sexual abuse, would you say that it's more negative or more positive, them doing this?
I wouldn't know. It would be up to the person who was going through the experience. Because you can have a positive sexual interaction and heal and learn from it.
Okay. Well, let me inform you then. No, there is nothing positive about being a survivor of sexual abuse and engaging in copious amounts or even minute amounts of meaningless sex with strangers as a means of coping.
Well, I never said meaningless. You can have, if you had a negative
Hold on.
sexual,
Hear what I'm saying. The sex is a means of coping. It's no different than them turning to drugs or alcohol.
I can understand that, yes.
And you're speaking to someone who is a sexual abuse survivor. I've done a lot of work in this with men and women. There's no good that comes from being promiscuous after having experienced such a thing. It actually does more damage to the person, severely more damage, and it greatly delays their ability to recover. So, this notion that a lot of women start to spew about this whole, oh, well, she may have been abused, so she needs to find her power through going into sex again, is complete nonsense. You guys are hurting these women. You're putting them in states where they're going to get further damaged, and you're going to further delay their healing. So I really need you women to stop spreading this with other women because it is completely false. I can't begin to explain to you how destructive it is to a person who's trying to survive, especially if they haven't even if they haven't been doing therapy with a licensed professional who is specialized in sexual abuse, specialized for at least 2 years, they are in absolutely no position to even enter into a relationship, much less enter into one where it's sexual in nature.
I can 100% agree with that.
I'm glad you can. So I really need, not just you, but for all the women here, stop pushing that agenda. I don't know where you guys heard it from.
I'm just saying that it is an experience that some people
I
go
get
through.
it. And there's a lot of people who bring it up who've never been sexually abused who say it. Because they have no idea what the heck they're talking about.
I have been sexually abused myself, so
And you've gone through the healing? You've gone through the therapy?
I can say I'm healing, not healed.
Have you gone through the therapy with a therapist?
100%. I've been in therapy for the past 2.5 years.
All right. So you wouldn't recommend women and men being promiscuous after such an event, correct?
Not necessarily. And
Okay.
I said I agree with you. However, I do believe that healing is an individual experience. For me, I needed to have something called maybe not sex, but exposure therapy where I can not put myself in a dangerous situation, but learn to be comfortable around a partner.
Yes.
Like,
You needed to learn how to have a healthy relationship with an
yeah.
individual in the
Yes.
absence of any form of sexual pressure.
Yes.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I hear you. Again, that still points towards sex doesn't heal anything.
I agree with that. We can come to an understanding, see?
I know we can. I very much know we can. And I'm glad we have. This is very, very good for people to hear.
I think that it's a good idea to not push the narrative only on women, though. I feel
I
like,
agree.
as you're aware, men need healing as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, believe me, I don't encourage men to do this at all. I believe men should avoid women until they need to marry, to be honest with you. It's too risky.
This is a breath of fresh air from the lives that I've been coming up on my For You page. I can tell you that, faux show.
That would not shock me at all. Would not shock me.
All right, I'm going to drop down. Thank you for the conversation. So somebody
Thank you
else.
very much.
And I appreciate you.
Oh, and just before you go, just in case, just so it's said, it was never your fault, huh?
Yours
Never.
either.
Never your fault. All right. Keep your head up. No problem.
You're lovely. Thank you.
Look at that. Good conversation, guys. See, and I'm pretty sure some of you guys in the chat thought this might go a direction. No, we're fine. Cyrus is talking to you. But to the ladies here, anything from what you guys heard in the past, I guess, 4 minutes or so that you'd want to chime in on or just add your thoughts on anything there?
I really love that you really drove home the idea, this ideology that can be, I guess you could say, exposed to women or encouraged amongst women about sex being some way of healing. I can, so this is the thing. Because I do have like a broader understanding of where things can go, depending on each woman or each person and what they go through. A lot of times we need to have personal experiences before we can actually move on to what really matters. So in that right, I definitely understood what she was trying to explain in that situation. But because I'm going to go a little bit deeper with that, and I'm getting flustered here. But what I mean by that is there are, especially a lot of young adults that are told what would be the best options for them. And because they have had those traumatic experiences and they believe that they know everything, they ignore the wisdom and go about doing things on their own. It typically ends up being more detrimental to them. Not always, but most times. And they have to learn, as we say, the hard way. And sometimes people need to learn the hard way in order for things to really be driven home. So in that right, I understood about certain people having their sexual journey and trying to regain some type of control through sex and things like that, but it's all a farce. It's not real. It's not real control, and it's definitely not real healing. It's just part of a process that a few have to go through. Uh-oh.